Okay. Woo. You're there, and... Are you there? Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and all that other shenanigans. Coming. I never understand why the YouTube chat is so delayed. Weird. Now, hopefully it'll come up sooner or later. Anyway, so this time we are now working on ALARA Reborn. And ALARA Reborn, third set in ALARA block. ALARA Reborn did something. I think this was the first time, and it might also be the only time we've encountered this. Every single color was multicolored. And I don't mean it had a multicolor identity. I mean it was multicolored. There were no basic lands. There were no lands in it at all, which was a little unusual. I think we'd seen sets before with 0 lands, but this, to my recollection, was the first time we'd seen no lands, no colorless cards, no colorless artifacts, no anything, and no monocolored cards, which was also very unusual. So every single card in the set had to cost at least 2 colors. And because it was designed on the idea of a... I'm just going to try this one more time. Because it was designed on the... There we go. On the idea of a... You know, of a world broken into 5 3-color shards. Every... Let me think here. Every card had to fall into one of the shards. And so you had 2 color cards that were 2 allied colors. Like if you take the back of a card and you go, let's say, you know, there's 2 here and maybe these 2 and these 2. All right. So a shard could have 3 different 2-color combinations. It could be, you know, these 2. It could be these 2. Or it could be these 2, you know, from here to here. Because if you've got a triangle, it's like, you know, let's say you do a triangle like that. You've got 3 different ways of connecting any 2 points. You know, you can connect the point at the top to the point on the left, the point at the top to the point on the right, or the point on the left to the point on the right. 3 different ways of connecting any 2 of 3 points. And so the shards had their cards set up the same way. You also had, so not only would you have allied colored pairs handled, you'd also have opposing colored pairs, which are basically like 3 colors in a row, in this case, minus the middle color. You then had your 3 color cards. So ones that handled all, that had all three in it. But there were no where it was two cards, two colors, and the one that opposes the allied pair. That wouldn't come out until we hit Konzatark here as a theme. You might have the occasional card that did that. We originally had that during, I want to say, Apocalypse. And a couple other times, we might have the occasional card that did that. But as something that was, thematically based on three colors, this is not a thing ALARA did. Although, if you ask me, it's a thing they could have done. I just wouldn't, I'd expect to see like a single colored and the two colors that oppose it. I'd see that. I would expect to see like one, one per what we now refer to as a wedge. But apart from that, nah, not really a thing. And then there was one 5-color card. It's like, well, hang on a sec. Because if you take a look at any of these cards, and does it pull up on here? No, it doesn't. But if you look down at the bottom of the card, it says some number out of 145. Well, 145 is 29 divided by 5. Every time you do a group of cards and you organize them, by color, you're always dealing with like factors of 5. Because, for example, any ignore colorless, any monocolored, there's 5 colors, right? Any color pair, well, if you go through the cycle, there's 10 of them. Because there are 5 that ally each other and 5 that oppose each other. So if I pull up MTG card backing, open image, a new tab. I don't care what it actually looks like. This is fine. You have white, blue, blue, black, black, red, red, green, green, white. That's 5. And I'm not going to do it in an order most people would expect. Doesn't matter. White, red, white, black, green, black, red, blue, and blue, green. That's also 5. So 5 and 5 makes 10. So any colored pair is 10. 3 color is, well, if you take 5 color and you take a look at, what's missing, you can, if you imagine, here's the thing with all 5, well, let's take out any 2. I'll take out this. I'll take out this time. If I take out white, red the first time, I'm left with green, blue, and black. If I take out white and black, I'm left with green, blue, and red. You can do that for each of the 5 color, for each of the color combinations, and you'll end up with 10 color triplets. Another way to think about it is the easiest way for me to think of a color triple is whatever's in the middle. And when it comes to a wedge, it is whatever's in the middle of, of the 3 of them. So, for example, if I go with Grixis, for example, black is in the middle, being flanked by red and blue. Okay. If I'm looking at a wedge, I'm looking at the one that's on so you've got a line here, and they join to a point. So what's the point? So if I'm looking, for example, at Teamer, I'm looking at red-green with blue as the point, because these two connect, and then the wedge is drawn from this pair here across to the point here. So plain and simple, you end up with there's two different ways of looking at it, and regardless of how which way you do it, for 3 colors, for a shard, you can only ever have one color in the middle. So white gets the shard, blue gets one, black gets one, red gets one, green gets one. If green gets the shard, then it means it's flanked by white and red. So that's 5 shards. Give me a sec here. And then with a wedge, it's the same idea. It's just, where does it point to? And so in this case, if you're looking at Teamer, it's red and green, but it points to blue. Because if you imagine, let's see if I can. Let's just try that. Let's see if this will. Okay. What am I doing? Oops. Oh. Right. Okay. Alright, I can delete this. So let's try and draw. Can I find? Yes, I can find a pentagon here. Good enough. I'm only using this because it's a convenient something to get a point across. Okay, so you've got your 5 colors. Yeah, this should probably be larger, but whatever. Hopefully you can see this well enough. And if I draw a line from, say, green to blue. And then I draw another line from red to blue. And then I draw another line from if this is my wedge, what I see is, and I should probably make those lines, well, no, I don't know if I can make those lines thicker or not, but what I'm looking at is, here's a line that connects red and blue, red and green. And then both of them have got a line that connects from themselves to blue. So they both point to blue. Which is what, people see. And if you look at the shape it makes, it's a triangle. It's a wedge of a shape. And that's all that is. Whoops. What is this? Oh, that's what that is. Okay. Yeah, I can delete that too, I think. And I do not... Doesn't ring any bells to me either. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Yeah, because presentations is not normally a thing I would use. Anyway, so the point to the matter is that's what a wedge is. And so if you look at any given wedge, there's one color that's at one point. And so, like, the point is one specific color as opposed to the line, which is, where the two colors that oppose it meet up. And so you can think of, you go around the shard, one card in the middle. You go around the wedge, one color in the middle, and then you go around the wedge, one color. That's the point of that shard. So again, now you're looking at 5 colors. All that is to say, when you are looking at, so 5 monocolored, 5 allied colored pairs, 5 opposing colored pairs makes 10 pairs. 5 shards and 5 wedges, so 5 where the color's in the middle and 5 where the color's at the point. Regardless, you can think of it. You could also think of the shard also doing the same triangle thing, and one, where's the point? It's just when you're doing that, you are your line from one to the other is going quote unquote across the hall, basically through the middle of the card, through the middle of the pentagram to connect them. But it's the same idea. And 5 shards and 5 wedges, so that's 10. If you go to 4 color, which is really hard it's really hard to produce cards that are 4 color. Because, just as a quick note here, let's see here. If you go to syntax, colors and color identity, right? You can use main nicknames, yada, yada, yada. And the 4 color nicknames, chaos, aggression, altruism, growth, and artifice are supported. When you create when you've got a 5 color system, and you're trying to create something that's specifically 4 colors, you quite often have to rely on because when you're looking at color pairs and even, color triples, you can say what do they have in common relatively easily. when you're looking at 4 colors, it's now quite often to say, it's a lot more difficult to say, for example, what do green, red, white, and blue have in common? You can take any 3 of those 4 and come up with something somehow. But it's really hard to come up with something. And sure, you may have to, you may have to massage and knead things and whatever a little bit, but you can come up with something. When you hit 4, it's really difficult. What do they all have in common? Well, your best option then is to say, well, it's not what do they have in common, it's what are they missing? And then try and create an identity based on that. So if you're looking at, red, green, white, and blue, well, they're missing black. Well, black is commonly associated with the magic of death. So this is stuff that is a lot. Maybe you're looking at something that's alive. And something of that, and it's and you can usually do it with like 2 colors fairly easy, and try and find ways to try and work the third one in. It doesn't always work well. But when you're looking at 4 colors, that's what you generally have to do. And this is why it's really hard to create even individual cards. It's really hard to create individual cards, let alone a cycle, that are 4 colors and have them work in a way that makes sense. So, but if you do manage to pull that off somehow, you have 4 colors. And again, you go with the, well, what's missing plan. White is missing from this. Blue is missing from that. They all get a turn. And so there's 5 of them. And then your bookends are, so you end up with 5 monocolored, 5 4-colored. That mirrors each other because what does it have? What doesn't it have? And then the 2 and 3 colors are just, pick a color and put it with something that's beside it or across the hall from it. And then you can do the same that you did with, if you can do that with 1 to get your 4, you can do that with 2 to get your 3. You've got your 10. This is why when you do the math, you find there's 32 different color combinations, because what it basically boils down to, and you know what, let's just pull this up real quickly and just go to a new sheet. And I'm going to make this huge. Let's say 400. It won't let me get 400. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to narrow you guys down to about that. Copy and then paste. Oops. What? Let's center you. Okay. And I'm going to copy this here, and I'm going to paste you here. Going to insert to the left. There. All right. And then down to 17. And then copy that, paste. All right. And this is going to look a little silly. So, 1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah, you're all, he's going to, whoops. All right. 1. There. Go away. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No? Did I screw up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I did screw up here. You're supposed to be 8. I really screwed up here. Wow. You're supposed to be 0. There we go. Now things make more sense. You're sitting there going, what on earth are you doing? Okay. And then this is all the same with an initial 1. And then I take these, copy this here, paste you here, and you are now the same as this. All right. So, what is this? Why am I just pasting a bunch of 0s and 1s into something? Okay. There, maybe that's more readable. What we're looking at here is what happens if you have, I'm going to put another, insert 1 to the left. I'm going to make you blank. I want a space. What happens if you have each of the colors? Like, how do you get all your colors for Magic? Okay. And you can start off with, you know what, I'll just leave it all caps. You can start off with colourless. There's 5 colors. You don't have any color to any of them. Well, now you start adding a color. Now, it doesn't matter what order you're in. I'm going to start from, well, it says Wilberg, but I'm going to start from the right because, I'm sorry, I grew up around computers, binary, and math in general. You're adding numbers together. You generally start from the smallest and work your way up because doing that, you know, like adding 6 plus 7, you're going to end up with 13. Well, so you write down the 3, that 1 in the tens might end up affecting other stuff later on. So if it's not 6 plus 7, but it's 16 plus 17, well, 10 plus 10 is 20, but now you're adding on an extra 10 from the 6 and 7, making 13. So now that affects it. So now you're writing down 13, so you work from right to left. And this makes sense if you're looking at numbers in general, because you are, I'm incrementing by 1 each time. So you start off with colorless. You start off with no color. What if we add green? Okay. Now it's green. Okay. Now if I add, instead of adding green, I add red, well, now I've got red. Cool. Well, now what if I put red and green together? Now you can have names for colors, or you can do what we did, and once we got to Ravnica, we started learning the names of the various guilds, and so now we call this Gruul. And if you look at this table, literally all I'm doing is I'm creating, like, this is the numbers from 1 to 16 in binary. Okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Because if you want to think about it this way, what you can do is go 1, 2, 4, 8, 16. And now these are the numbers and these are the colors. These are the numbers in binary. This is just I'm just doing this to make sure I cover everything. The next column over is black. Okay, so we get back. Next column over, black and green, is Golgari. Golgari. Next one over is black and red, which is Rectos. Helps if I can spell. Now if we put black, red, and green together, welcome to ALARA, we have recently learned that this is now Jund. Alright, now we start off with blue. Blue plus green is Simic. Blue plus red is Izzet. Blue plus red plus green. We hadn't had a name for it yet. Well, we did. During Invasion Block, we found that there was a name for this, but unfortunately, those didn't retain the same kind of, they didn't retain the same kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, they're not ingrained in your mind in the same way, because they were talked about on a handful of cards, but it was a handful of cards, as opposed to the, an entire plane, an entire fifth of the thing being based on, no, it wasn't handled the same way. We will eventually get to Tarkir. The first time we went to Tarkir, not Tarkir Dragonstorm, Wait, what? Yeah, Tarkir Dragonstorm is at least our second time going there, where we would learn a name for blue, red, and green, which is Teamer. And Teamer wouldn't just show up in a handful of cards. It would actually be something that's relevant, and, you know, certain shards and certain wedges had specific mechanics associated with them, which is part of what made these names sink in a bit better. Let's see if I. This feels like this. Apologies. All right, let's see if. Is that any better? No, it's too much. That looks a bit better. Just give me a sec. I did not even think of something like this because occasionally I move my monitor. Let's see if that's any. Yeah, it's better. So, but it wasn't until we got to Tarkir that we learned actual names for 3-color combinations. We had them, as I said, during Invasion Block, but they only came up in certain terms, on certain cards, like Anna Battle Mage, and most of these cards weren't really cards that people actually cared about. Like they were cool in the like an individual card was cool. But they just didn't they didn't resonate the same way. So next you get blue and black, which most of us by now know as Dimir. I hope. Blue, black, and green is Sultai, which cares about the graveyard in one way or another. Then you get blue, black, and red, which is Grixis. And here's the first time we hit our 4-color. And realistically, regardless of what kind of names other people try and put on it, you're either going to hear a name based on one of the 5 Nephilim, the first 4-color creatures we ever encountered, or you just realistically, you're going to hear people just say, well, it's everything but, or it's non, or whatever. I go with the non because it's simple. And this is everything but white, so this is non-white. Okay? Well, the one right after non-white is, unsurprisingly, white. Go away. Then you get white and green, which is Lesnia. White and red is Boros. Red, green, and white is Naya. White and black is Orzhov. Black, green, and white is Abzan, where life totals are relevant. This is black and red, and white is Mardu. The color scheme of the first commander deck I actually went and picked up was Kalia of the Vast. It was called Heavenly Inferno. and really, really good. Again, our second 4-color pile is, well, surprisingly, not non-white, it's non-blue. Then you get blue and white, which is Azorius. Helps if I spell it correctly. What happens if you take Azorius and add green? Well, now you get Bant. If you have Azorius but you add red, you get Jeskai. Again, now everything that's not black, and I'm about to sneeze, please hold. I think I'm clear. Now we go to Azorius plus black. Well, that's Esper, as we know from traveling through ALARA. Well, if we get Esper plus green, well, now you've got another 4-color. So now we've got non-red, followed by non-green, and then 5-color, which you could hyphenate, and that would be fine. And I just realized I did a sin. I should either spell them all the American way or all the British way, and I wrote color for 5-color with the U, and then colourless without the U, and I should have some kind of consistency. Welcome to Canada, where you get hit by both. So if you take a look at this, what this is a name for all your various color combinations. And if you take a look, if you imagine the numbering starts on 0, like if you imagine the row where the title, the color things are, if you imagine that's 0, so literally subtract 1 from each of these. So 2 minus 1 is 1, 3 minus 1 is 2, 4 minus 1 is 3, all the way down. You get to 17 minus 1, which is 16. That means there's 16 in this column, and there's 16 in this column, which makes 32. This is, if you take a look, every color combination available in the game. Well, if you subtract colorless and you subtract 5-color, you're left with 30. Okay, and 30 is 5 times 6. You subtract the monocolors, so 5 categories, right? Or like 5 colors. Each of them is involved in one of these remaining 30 colors somehow. Monocolored, it exists. 4-color, it's the one that's missing. Allied color pair, start the top of the wheel, work your way around. What's the first color you hit that's in that color pair? So if you've got red and blue, you're going to hit blue before you hit red. Okay. You're going to hit blue. Starting at the top and working your way around, you're going to hit blue before you hit red. Opposing color pair, same thing. If you hit blue and green, you're going to hit blue before you hit green. 3-colored, you're allied. What's the one in the middle? You know, if you're looking at Grixis, Grixis is these three here. Black is in the middle. If it's if it's a wedge, which one's the point? You only hit one time for each of those possibilities. Like white only gets one shot to plate to be in the middle of a shard and one time to be at the point of a wedge. Same with blue, same with black, so 5 and 5. Whoops. And then green, or sorry, 4-color, what's the one color that's missing? So everything, you're going to hit multiples of 5. Why am I going through all this? The TLDR of all this math and all this color talk and everything else, everything's in batches of 5. Now when you get to ALARA, let's do some elimination. Colourless, gone. Monocolored options, gone. In case you're wondering, I learned relatively recently there's keyboard shortcuts for certain things that I like to do on Google Docs. I like using strikeout. Alt Shift 5. Anything that's a color pair, gone. No, sorry, not gone. Because we have our color pairs. Our triples, we have the shards, we don't have the wedges. So anything that we haven't learned by this time a name for yet. Well, we don't have this. We don't know about the Sultai. We don't know who they are. Abzan, Mardu, who are they? Just guy? That sounds like, you know, could be a teacher, whatever. Anything that's 4-color, gone. Oops. Yeah. We only have access to the 5-color because of the overlay. So what are we left with? We're left with 10 color pairs and the 5 shards and 1 card that's 5-colored. Okay? So the 10 color pairs plus 5 for the shards is 15, plus 5 color is 16. Let's count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, plus 1 for 5 color. 16. We only have a single 5-color card, so that's not really a worry. But when we start doing this, again, I'm only going to be, because there's under a like in a normal set, 16 cards from a single color pair. Okay, since I'm already doing like 12 of them, that should be fine, right? But here's the problem. I'm having to do 16 Now that we're finally getting back to where all this came from, I'm doing 16 5 times. I'm then looking at the opposing colored pairs. I think it's 8 times. The wedges 5 times for each one. And so I'm looking at, you know, if I go through and I stop at 16, nothing's more than 16, but I'm going to end up covering all 145 cards. I've been at this a little shy, a few minutes shy of an hour. We haven't even started talking about any of the individual cards yet. This is going to take a while. I don't want this to end up being, no offense, I kind of like doing the Lorwyn Eclipsed video, but it was a lot longer than I expected. And apart from some munchies, I didn't really eat during that video. So, yeah. Probably not a good plan. That being said, let's get started. So the allied color pairs, because they have the most number of cards in each one, I'm only going to do 8 instead of 16. And by the time I hit the 8th, you should start seeing cards that you recognize. You've at least, you've heard of this, you've seen it, whatever. Okay, let's get underway. So, first card, Talon Trooper. So this first cycle, these are all Azorius. 3 mana, 2/3 flying, quite serviceable. In limited, it was actually pretty good. Once you hit standard, the cards are a lot more powerful. You having to deal with at least, Searing Spear by then. Which I think was the sorcery speed lightning strike, if I remember right. Whoops. Excuse you. Oh, my dog. Yeah. Oh, no. It was an incident. They just gave it a different name. It's lightning strike. I think they decided volcanic hammer wasn't strong enough by this point. Anywho, but yeah, like if you can relatively easily get 3 damage for 2 mana, 2/3 flyer for 3 mana is just begging to be burnt to a crisp. And by this point, I believe we also already had Terminate available by this point. I know it exists back in Invasion. I think they may have reprinted it here. We'll check that when we get to Rakdos. Anyway, 2/3 flyer. In most constructed environments, not gonna cut it. 2/3 for 3 mana, I should say. Getting it for 2 mana in a constructed environment, like in a format like standard, I'd probably be pretty happy, especially if it's like one white plus 1. If it's got something else attached to it, like when this enters, return a permanent you control to your hand. Cool. I will bounce this thing so I can replay it and get another use out of it. Or bounce a land that I tapped to cast it, and then it feels like it's only cost me 1 mana, not 2. Etc., etc. This is not that. This is just a 2/3 flyer. I'm like, okay, what's so special about it? It's a bird, it's a scout. So there's all the cards in this set are going to fall into one big category. They're all multicolored. There are people and there are players and there are decks and there are whatever who really enjoy multicolored. And I mean really enjoy. I have a friend that used to live not too far from here, about an hour away. Um, and he really likes his multicolored decks. It's like it's either mono green or multicolored. Yes, he can build other decks. Why? This gives me enough to play with. Okay. And so, um, and so a card like this, and ALARA Reborn in general, very much goes, hey, by the way, hey, remember me? Remember me? So he would be more interested in a card like that. And anybody who's building a specifically multicolored deck is going to have more interest in this. Well, now let's look at what else it has going for it. It's a bird and it's a scout. I don't know if there's I'm pretty sure if you're playing if you're playing bird tribal, fine. You a large amount of them are going to have. I can't say most of them anymore because chocobos exist now. God damn it! I hate this cough. Somebody want a free cough? I'll give it to you for free. Yeah, if only it was that easy, right? Bird tribal. I would say a majority of them fly in Magic. So meh, whatever. Multicolored birds. You might actually be wanting to play this. Scout tribal. You might actually have an interest in playing this because it flies. You'll find flyers in other I'll say classes. You know, the entire race versus class dichotomy available. If you look at it from that kind of lens, then race would be bird, and as far as this is concerned, and class would be scout. Um, and then you have, okay, well, it's a scout. Can I build a scout tribal deck? Can I build a multicolored scout tribal deck? And then you might actually have something where you want a card like Talon Trooper. But it's realistically, I see this as like really good and limited. If you're doing something like if you're building a cube and you want stuff that's like not really powerful, but serviceable, a 2/3 flyer for 3 mana is really good. Is this what you're going for? If you're doing this and, you want to feel common, then have enough mana fixing of some description to actually make this playable. That being said, you don't need a lot, but you need enough. I would probably say that the 5 panoramas and 5 evolving wilds variants is probably enough in general for for a smaller cube, like 360 cards. The bigger you make it, the more other stuff you're going to want, but I'd probably start there. Offering to Asha. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 4, you gain 4 life. If I'm playing this card, it's the reason to play this over another card is the life gain. And it's ease of casting it. What? It's 4 colored, but compare this to Absorb, which is 2 blue plus 1. Counter target spell, you gain 3 life. It's 1 less to cast, but costs an extra blue. This is easier to cast in terms of how much colored mana you need, unless they pay for is a big additional cost, because people are going to be ready to have to pay an extra 2, maybe an extra 3. They're not going to be ready for pay an extra 4. That's huge. That being said, if you want to build a deck with a bunch of counter spells where, that involve life total changes, honestly, I'm all for it. You throw Absorb. Actually, here's an interesting question. Counter target, and then gain is probably enough. Game paper. Absorb. Follow the gavel. Illumination potentially. Offering to Asha. Ojutai's command. Overrule. Punish ignorance. Okay. So there's 7 counters that can do that. Five counters, well, 4 additional counter spells. To make them gain, to burn somebody. So that's 11. 12, 13, 14, 13, 14, 15. So yeah, I'm so far seeing 15 cards that are counter spells of some description, and some are counter target creature spell or non-creature spell or whatever. And some of them are counter, some are counter unless they pay some other some cost, and some of them, and roughly half of them will gain you life, and roughly half of them will burn somebody. So suddenly, my brain's thinking about, here's 15 cards for like a kind of a sub-theme where it's like, I'm going to stop this from resolving, and there's going to be a life total change, and you're in no, you are in, nope, you would have to run 4 color. You'd have to run at least, you might end up running 5 color. I don't remember seeing green as something that's playable. But again, here's a way to build a deck that actually uses Offering to Asha. And if you do not mind cards that give an opponent the way to get out of it, if you don't mind giving your opponent a way out of it, go ahead. But it's a steep cost. They have to pay an extra 4. That's a lot. And most people are not going to be ready for that. Shield of the Righteous. 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Enchant creature, equip creature gets +0/+2 and has vigilance. Whenever it blocks a creature, that creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Every so often, we get another card that stops something from being able to block. Or, sorry, being able to untap next turn. What on earth? Okay. Holly says she's not sure she's going to be able to join us. She's she had to travel a few hours away to go for surgery. Not life-threatening, as I may or may not have mentioned before. But something that was really important to her. And she's not entirely sure she's in the best of shape for it. So, okay. But she's fine. But yeah, Shield of the Righteous. So, where I see this, there are. You really want to put this on something that can suddenly block multiple creatures. I think Avatar of Hope comes to mind. Which is not a card that you hear people mention very often. But I like it. It's, it's an 8 mana for 4/9, so averages to 13, so a 6/7. Which is which is actually, it costs a little more than you expect a 6/7 flyer at that point too. I would expect a 6/7 flyer at that point to cost about 7 mana, so it costs an extra. Okay, costs 8. Can block any number of creatures. Wow, that at that point might actually make it 8 mana. If you have 3 life or less, cost 6 to cast, 6 less to cast. I.e., if your life total is really low, this is a 2-drop. And it's a 4/9, which means it survives a lot. Has flying. Can block any number of creatures. What? So you grab that, and even if you ignore the ability to cast it for cheaper, you now end up turning it into a 4/11 that not only can block a number of creatures, but then goes, oh, hey, by the way, guess what? I blocked you. You're not untapping. What? You're not untapping. And again, most creatures tap to attack. What? Yeah. Yeah. This is going to be like you put this together with a card like Avatar of Hope. Have fun mucking around with combat. And it's even going to be more fun if you have something like what's his name, Rasad? Yeah, where creatures assign damage, creatures you control assign combat damage based on toughness rather than power. Well, that's a 4/9 that I was looking at. Equip this to it. It's now a 4/11. It has flying. It also has vigilance. Just pointing that out. Because, it says so right here. Thank you. So it's attacking. It can attack as an 11/11 flyer. And it'll block and go, oh, hey, by the way, 11 points of combat damage are going to be coming back. And these guys are not untapping. So don't try to attack with them again next turn, because you're not going to be able to. Wait, what? Yeah. So, Shield of the Righteous. I'm already finding an honest to goodness legitimate home for something like that now. Uh, Aethersworn Shield Mage. 3 mana for a 2/2 with flash. When it enters, prevent all damage that would be dealt to artifact creatures this turn. Now, here's the funny part. These individuals added metal to their body. I mean, partly due to the fact that it was plentiful. But not like the way the Phyrexians did, where it was, oh, continue on our path and perfection will be yours. That feels like, oh no, that feels Phyrexian. I wonder if the Phyrexians were involved with Esper. Oh my. That's a thing to look into. That is not a thing I thought about. Oops. Anyway, prevent all damage to be dealt to artifact creatures this turn. Notice it doesn't say combat damage or otherwise. This is one of those cards that you hold for, like, obviously you're playing a artifact. If you're playing this, you're playing with a bunch of artifact creatures. You know, it's what the card is for. You're basing around artifact creatures. So you drop this. This is a protection spell on a body. And suddenly you go, cool. You're casting what? Oh, chain reaction? Cast this in response. Okay, keep going. Oh, it's going to deal an extra point of damage now. But my stuff's going to live because, all damage from my creatures are all artifact creatures. Hilariously enough. Oh, wow. Oh. Do you want do you want it funny? I know there's certain cards that people could, well, that combos with a ham sandwich. Mycosense Lattice seems to be one of them. You have Mycosense Lattice in play. All your creatures are now artifact creatures. No, all creatures are now artifact creatures. When the centers, prevent all damage that would be dealt to artifact creatures this turn. With Mycosense Lattice in play, or a similar effect, when this enters, prevent all damage this turn. Sorry, that would be prevent all damage to be dealt to creatures this turn. Find a way to flicker this with a Mycosense Lattice in play, and damage being dealt to creatures is going to be done at your leisure, but it's going to be an all or nothing. But, wow, okay, that's funny. Aethersworn Shield Mage plus Mycosense Lattice plus the ability to flicker the mage at will. Okay, that's kind of hilarious. Stormcaller's Boon. 4-mana enchantment with Cascade. And it doesn't do anything on its own per se, but you sacrifice it to give your creatures flying till end of turn. What? Okay. So, hear me out. This is not a card that I was thinking of for Commander, but this is a card I have used in a deck, at least a deck design before. I like formats that let me stretch my creativity. And the bigger a format is, the more interesting things I can find to do with it. As long as people are willing to accept, no, I'm doing this for fun. I'm not expecting to be able to compete at a high level with this. Okay, whatever. If I happen to, great. I'm not expecting it in the slightest. Okay. So, many years ago, I want to say about 15 years ago or so, I was chatting online with a friend. Oh, more than that, actually. I was chatting online with a friend of mine. And a friend from the States. And he let me do silly, crazy shenanigans. He let me test out wacky ideas. He's like, oh no, what have you been thinking about now? That sort of reaction. It's like, not, oh no, what are you doing? No, it's like, okay, what kind of wackiness have you brewed up this time? And so I had an idea to take Legacy, which was a bit of a different animal back then. Well, somewhat. It hasn't been as infected by modern cards as many other formats. Well, it hasn't gone through the same kind of shenanigans that something like Modern has. Because Modern, in the last 15 years, has been turned completely on its head. Whereas you look at formats like Vintage and Legacy, who were already starting off with crazy stuff, and adding new cards to it, it's like, yeah, but is this better than what we can already do? What? Is this better than what we can already do? There's a pretty high bar. But what I came up with, I called One Letter Legacy. And the premise of One Letter Legacy is really simple. Build a Legacy legal deck. Your five standard basic lands, and I use the word standard with a lowercase s here, i.e. ones that you can always find: mountain, plains, island, swamp, forest. You can run any number of copies of those. There's no restriction involved with those at all. Okay. Every other card in your deck has to start off with the same letter. What? So, as an example, one list I came up with was and this is where Stormcaller Spoon comes in, was Seismic Swans. And the key to that will come up. Actually, we did not cover it because we didn't need to, because it's already relatively popular. Is Swans of Bryn Argyle. You know, 2 Azorius plus 2 for 4/3 flyer. if damage would be dealt to it, you prevent that damage. But the controller, whoever tried dealing damage to it, they're going to draw cards equal to the amount of damage that got prevented. So if you try, for example, lightning bolt, okay, I lightning bolt your swans. Well, instead of dealing 3 damage to it, you're going to end up drawing 3 cards. But you hit it, you block it with a 5/5. Okay, fine. But instead of dealing 5 to the swans, you'll draw 5 cards. You combine that with seismic assault. And I've brought up this combo before on the channel. 3 red, enchantment, discard a card, 2 damage to any target. So what you would do is you would put in your deck seismic assault, Swans of Bryn Argyle, a bunch of lands, like 40 or more, and ideally some way to manipulate the deck in some way to find the swans and the seismic assault a lot easier. Well, one of the cards that I ran for this was Stormcaller Spoon, which has a 4-mana spell with Cascade. For the most part, the only thing I could hit was Seismic Assault as my 3. So I play some cards to ramp my mana. I don't care at all about this part. I care about the fact that it's a 4-mana card with Cascade that in this case started with S. And I used Serum Powder to help me find the swans easier. And it was basically a Jeskai combo deck. And once I assembled those two, I think I had something like 44 lands in the deck. And, mountain, island, and plains were free in that context. But I put in any lands that I could come up with that was sensible to run in that started with S. I ran the, I can't remember, no, was it Sappers and Scary? I forget what it was, but there's a land from that cycle from Mercadian Masks, like Peat Bog and all that enters tapped with 2/+1 counters, with 2, I want to say there were depletion counters on them. And you tap it or remove a counter to get 2 mana of the appropriate color. And then when it has no counters left on it, you sack it. And I was able to run the blue one. I think I could run the blue one and the red one. And then I had Sacred Foundry and Steam Vents. And one of the fetch lands, I think. Let me think here. White blue was polluted. No, it was not polluted delta. No, it wasn't white blue. White red. Oh, I'm trying to remember what the heck the I can't remember what the fetch lines are called. Okay, not Arid Mesa. Scalding Tarn. Scalding Tarn I could run because I could fetch an island or a mountain. And so if I was using this, I could fetch, because I was fetching a mountain, I could fetch steam vents if I needed blue, which island also let me do. Or I could fetch, Sacred Foundry if I needed white. So yeah. Now, that being said, that worked really well, and I consistently was able to like turn 4, turn 5, beat my opponent. And he came up with he came loaded to bear. He had stuff like Elfdrazi, which a bunch of elves ramping into like Emrakul the Eon's Torn, as Garfield intended. But no, he the reason I bring this up is because Stormcaller has been not generally a card I would recommend for decks in general. The key, there's got to be enough reason to run this specific card over something else. Often, it's because it has Cascade. But what does Cascade do for you? And you need enough cards with Cascade to make it worth playing it. This ability here is almost never going to be relevant. I'll tell you that right now. If you want this effect, at 4 mana, you can get so much easier cards. Like Levitation comes to mind. You know, if you want an enchantment or some kind of permanent to give your stuff flying, there's better cards. Pardon me. You run this because it's Cascade, because it's 4 mana. Possibly because it's an enchantment, highly unlikely. I would say it's because it's a 4 mana Cascade card. You might start looking into it, but otherwise, yeah, I probably wouldn't bother. Sanctum Plow Beast. Most of this cycle is actually pretty good. I am kind of meh about this one. Largely because it's got Defender. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't care. That being said, if you're looking for if you're building a deck based around stuff along the lines of High Alert and whatnot, then Defender might not actually be relevant, and in fact might be a thing that you're looking for. Past that, it has Plain Cycling and Island Cycling for 2 each. Keep in mind, anything that's got a land cycling or type cycling, like wizard cycling, is considered cycling. Cycling is an activated ability. If you've got something that can reduce the cost of activated abilities of something that's not necessarily in play, or specifically cycling costs, I'm looking at Fluctuator here, then this ends up being so much better because it's literally discard this card, search for a land, search for something that has one of these types and put in your hand. Notice it doesn't say anything about basics. You can use this. In fact, I, in theory, could have used this to search up, because, again, I'm in the right colors. It starts with S. I'm playing white and blue and red. I could use this as a 2 mana I've already forgot the name of it. I've forgot the name of it already. Wow, that's annoying. How have I already forgotten it? I mean, I forgot because I know Scalding Tarn. There we are. I could use this as like a budget Scalding Tarn or an additional Scalding Tarn, realistically. That will fetch. I can use this to fetch a Sacred Foundry or a Steam Vents really easily. And it's 6 mana. I don't have to worry. The only problem is this would reduce the number of lands in my deck. But it's an option for something like that. If I want to build something that's got, if I want to. That being said, I'm probably throwing so many lands at my opponent, via the swans because basically what you do is you throw the lands at the swans until you've got so many lands in your hand that you start throwing them at your opponent to deal 2 damage each. If you're doing this in Commander, you really need to make sure you hit something like, you really need an effect like Swans out. You really, really need something like Swans. Otherwise, you are. It's not going to work. But if you can pull it off, so much the better. That being said, again, the worst this is like this allows you to fetch for like 2 different land types. And if you're playing, I would say if you're playing at least 3 colors, you may want to consider this card. Just because it's 2 colors and it can fetch you your 3rd pretty easily. Just by allowing you to, sure, I'll pay 2 and I'll pitch this and I'll dig out my Triome. So it is, or something of that nature. If you're starting to hit budget constraints, it's not unreasonable, and then it gives you a decent sized body for blocking later in the game, which, again, I'm not fond of it, but it's an option. Glassdust Gearhulk, 5 mana for a 3/4. Whenever another artifact you control enters, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn and can't be blocked. Also has cycling for 1 Azorius mana. The the reason you would play this is realistically, I see 2 reasons to run this card. Okay, now I'm thinking of the 3rd. 1, it's got cycling for only a single mana. If you're planning to build something remotely along lines of a Living End deck, the fact that this cycles for a single mana, and then when you mass reanimate with Living End, Living Death, All Hallows Eve, whatever you're using, this is going to be a 3/4, which is still fine. So that's 1. Number 2, you're running this and combining it with stuff like, and not for the people, I'm not saying this for the people normally think of it, Precursor Golem, or Mere Battlesphere, or Triplicate Titan, or Wormcoil Engine, or anything, stuff along that line. Or even Blood Fountain would count in this context. Anything that comes into play and creates two artifacts or more somehow. Or when it dies, splits into multiple artifacts. Or artifact creatures with Encore. Or stuff of this nature. So you can get, like, cool, this is now a 7/8 till end of turn. And unblockable. And then you go, smack! Heaven forbid you find a way to get this thing infect, and then your opponent's dead by only dealing 10 damage instead of, 40. Which would be an interesting way to pull it off, I think. So that's two. The third is it's a golem. Now we rewind back to that comment I made about Precursor Golem. Because Precursor Golem is really interesting. It's a 5 mana, 3/3 artifact creature. Comes into play, makes 2 more golems. Which, if you cast that after the Glass Dusk, now you're swinging for 6, unblockable. Whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery that targets only a single golem, that player copies that spell for each other golem that spell could target. Each copy targets a different one of those golems. So in other words, you cast a spell that has a single target, and its target is is a golem. You take a look at how many golems are there, and suddenly there's, you get this one for free, and then, you cast this one, and then let's say there's 6 other golems in play. Now you've made 6 copies of that spell, and each one targets one of those other 6 golems. So you end up with 7 copies of that spell, each one targeting one of the 7 golems. If you're playing Golem Tribal of some description, and you're playing with Precursor Golem, you see Glass Dusk Gear Hulk, and you go, I'm sure you'll find a use for it somehow. On the back of the fact that it's a golem, it's 5 mana and you're getting a 3/4, which is already a decent size. It's not great, but it's decent. But the fact that it's a golem in the Golem Tribal deck, gonna make it a big deal. Meddling Mage. We know about this card. This card's been around. This card came out in Plane Shift. This is funny. The original print was all the way from Plane Shift. And I think that's Chris Picula. And, $24. You go to the ALARA Reborn, it's $1. What? Yeah, it's $1. You go to the alternate art that's in Double Masters, it's worth more than the... Some defy the laws of nature. I dare nature to defy me. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. But 2 mana for a 2/2 human wizard. As it enters, choose a non-land card name. Spells with the chosen name can't be cast. Cool. This comes into play. Name Swords Plowshares. The biggest problem I see with Meddling Mage is the fact that it's really easy to bypass in a format like Commander. It's really easy to bypass a given card name by playing something else that's similar. Well, what do I mean by that? What I mean is, if, let's say, you name Lightning Bolt, well, that'll stop Lightning Bolt. That won't stop lightning strike. That won't stop bolt wave. That won't stop chain lightning. That won't stop forked bolt, etc., etc., etc. If you name Swords of Plowshares, it won't stop Path to Exile. It won't stop Winds of Abandon. It won't stop any. There's enough other cards that have a similar effect that Meddling Mage is quite commonly in Commander just inconvenient. In other formats, it makes a difference. You know, in formats where you can run 4 of, and lists are a lot more tight, and, you know, I'm running Lightning Bolt. I'm not running Lightning Strike or Fork Lightning or whatever, because Lightning Bolt is the most efficient of the, of those. Why should I have to play something that's less good? But in Commander, you don't run, like, you run Lightning Bolt, but, well, you might run Lightning Bolt. I generally don't, but that's a me thing. But if I'm running a card like Lightning Bolt, I'm not just running Lightning Bolt. I'm running Chain Lightning. I'm probably running Lightning Strike and Searing Spear and a few other versions thereof. And then I start going to like the ones that deal 4 damage and start working my way up. Depending on what I'm looking, but I'm not able to run 4 copies of Lightning Bolt. If I want Lightning Bolt's effect, I'm going to have to run some other cards that do something similar. 1 card out of 100 is not going to make a big difference. But 5 or 6 cards that do a similar effect, suddenly that starts making more of a difference. And so Meddling Mage is fine. The biggest thing it's going to do, the most effect it'll have on a game, realistically, in general, in my opinion, when it comes to Commander, is you name somebody's Commander, and then they have to get rid of the Meddling Mage before they can cast their Commander. And that's annoying, but you should be able to have an answer to a 2-mana 2/2 creature. Cool. Congratulations. You named Meddling Mage. You have Meddling Mage. You named, I don't know, I don't know, Teversat. Cool. Well, I'm playing mono black, so sure. Couple of turns later, befoul, kill it. Next turn, cast it. Cast my general. So not that big a deal. Alright. Let's go blue-black. 3 mana, 4/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell, sack this creature. Really hard to... So, first of all, it's a cheap, efficient creature, but it's really hard to make work well in a format like Commander, because whenever you cast a spell, you have to sacrifice it. However, if you can find a way to stop your cards from being sacrificed somehow, not easy to do that. There's ways around it. Yeah, then, then it's fine. But what you're looking at is you have a 3 mana 4 power flyer. Is that enough? What? Well, it says whenever you cast something, you have to sack this. Can you build your deck in such a way to actually mitigate that? What? You don't have to cast spells to be able to interact. As an example, I think it's Boseiju who shelters all. No, I think so. Or is that? No, that's the old one. Uh, who endures? Yeah, Boseiju who endures. Well, you can pitch the card from your hand and pay the cost to blow up a thing. But that's using an activated ability. That's not casting a spell. Anything that's got channel, anything that has cycling, uh, lands that, that say, hey, by the way, this, or you can put, the fun thing is, you can put creatures into play without casting them. Quicksilver Amulet comes to mind. For to cast, for tap, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. So if you can get this into play somehow, or a similar effect, then you are never casting a spell. You're activating abilities, you are resolving triggers, you're doing this, that, whatever. Restless Reef in your mana base gives you a 4/4 creature with Death Touch. 4/4 creature with Death Touch. That's but that's an activated ability to turn it into a creature. That's not you're not casting a spell. There are ways to play, there are ways that you can build your deck in such a way that this is okay. I have to build my decks in such a way that I'm not casting stuff. Okay. All you have to do is make sure you don't cast anything. And even so, how long can you keep a 4-power flyer around? I've got a 4/3 flyer. Gonna smack you around, smack you around, smack you around. If I've got a way to give it, vigilance, I've also got as a decent blocker. Like a 4-power creature on turn 3 nonetheless is quite reasonable. That's going to do a lot of damage before somebody goes and either kills it for you and allows you to cast other stuff. Or, fine. Okay. I'll do you guys a favor. I'll cast something now, and now you've got and now there's a bigger problem out. So it doesn't look great, but I think it's better than it first appears. I'm not saying I think it's, you should throw it in every deck, but I think it's I think it's more buildable than most people think. Ethereum Abomination, 5 mana for 4/3 with Unearth. For 3. I'm just kinda meh on this. This is a sort of card that I would like. You have creatures with Unearth for one of two reasons. One, you want to get a second use out of the creature. Personal opinion, there's better ways to do that. Reanimation works wonders, for example. You're in black and blue. You've got reanimation. You've got flicker. Unearth is not needed at that point. But sometimes it's, on a decent enough creature, it's a nice to have. Or you're hoping to use it as a one-shot burn spell. At this, for that, I could see Ethereum Abomination. Um, this is the kind of card where I want to get it in my graveyard and then pay 3 mana to basically Psionic Blast someone. It's gonna get exiled, shrug. It's fine. I'm not excited to play it. There are times I will play it, but I'm not excited to play it. Vidalcan Ghoul, 2 mana for 1/1. Whenever it becomes blocked, defending player loses 4 life. I think that's kind of. I think this is pretty entertaining. If you can find. Like, this is only a 1/1. But turn this into a creature that makes your opponent, they don't want to block it, but they kind of have to block it. If you can turn it into one of those, it's like, oh, every time you do block me, you're going to be taking 4. Or they could just let it through and take 1. But if you put enough other stuff on it, suddenly it's like, oh, that's, no, I need to block this. Like, if you are able to turn it into some version of, let's say, Unstoppable Slasher, which, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they lose half their life. So, I don't know, throw Vorpal Sword on it or something like that. Actually, Vorpal Sword says they lose the game, I think. This so pay 8. This equipment gains whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, that player loses the game. Okay. Is there Grievous Wound would work. Quiet as Spike would work. Scytheclaw would work. Yeah. So you put something like one of those on Vidalcan Ghoul, and suddenly it goes. I guess I need to start blocking this, and then you start burning for 4. Although, to be fair, if you're running those, I'm starting to ask, why are you running Vidalcan Ghoul? I don't know. I really don't know how I feel about this card. I think if you go Vidalcan, you might be considering running it. I'm not sold on it. I'm not sold on it. I think so far out of the first 3 I've seen, I think Illusory Demon might have the best chance of actually being decent. Brain Bite. 4 mana for. Oh! I thought this. An Esper Mage will leave a hole in your memory with surgical precision. A Grixis Mage sees no reason to be so kind. Yeah, target opponent. I thought this was going to be Thoughtseize, but this is better than Thoughtseize, though it does cost 4. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a card from it. That player discards that card. Draw a card. Is it Distress I'm thinking of? You choose an online card from it. Okay, yeah. So this is, if you're looking for less broken cards or less rare cards, this is like Distress. Except there's no restriction on what you can make them ditch. So you can make them discard land. And then you draw a card. I think if I'm looking for a card like Thoughtseize to put into a deck, this might be the first one I go for because it lets me make them discard anything, including land. Again, you know, typical opinion about discard, decks based around discard. Disclaimer. That's the word I want. Typical disclaimer about my own opinions about discard decks. But that being said, if I'm looking for effect along the lines of Thoughtseize, I'm not completely upset with a card like Brain Bite. It's basically one more mana over Mind Rot, one blue mana over Mind Rot. It's the same card advantage, i.e., they lose a card and I draw a card, versus they lose 2 cards. So that math works out the same. So for a blue mana over Mind Rot, the card advantage is the same over Mind Rot, but I get to choose what one card they're losing out of any card in their hand. Yeah, this is a card that I'm relatively okay with. Also, partly due to the fact that it says draw a card, which helps a lot. Its biggest issue, it's a 4 mana card. If you're able to find an effect like this at less than 4, and I don't know if they exist because I haven't looked, that would probably be your first option, but it's not bad. Oh gods, Soulquake. Okay, this is funny. 2 black, 2 blue, +3. Return all creatures on the battlefield and all creature cards in graveyards to their owner's hands. Oh no, this can be annoying. You have that one guy who turns around and goes, cool, Living Plane or Sylvan Awakening or whatever. Cool, all my lands are now creatures. I mean, I was going to cast this anyway, but okay. Soulquake? What? All creatures and in play and in graveyards go back to their owner's hands. But hey, you played it. You deal with the consequences. But that's not fair. How do you think we feel about having to deal with Sylvan Awakening? This is a card I have no qualms with people playing. It is basically a mass Raise Dead plus Unsummon for 7 mana in 2 colors. But it's just Unsummon and Raise Dead. It's not, it's not Cyclonic Rift. It's not, it's not Cyclonic Rift. It's not Living End. It's not any of these sort of things. Hilariously, if there are, if you've got cards, the way to play this is with cards that ask if they're leaving the battlefield. And just for a simple example, even though I know it's the wrong color, but as an example, Thragtusk. When this enters, gain 5 life. When this leaves the battlefield, make a 3/3 beast. Well, if you've got, say, 5 creatures that all have a similar ability to Thragtusk, i.e., when they leave the battlefield, do a thing, suddenly you've got a bunch of triggers to play with, and it's like, I'll do this, and 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 it's like, ugh. So yeah, but again, this is also only a raised dead. This is not a mass reanimation spell. This is going to completely muck around with a lot of token decks as well. You know what? I'm quite okay with it. It is a, I mean, you have to be in Dimir at least. But it's not even 50 cents. It's a not unreasonable it's a not unreasonable wrath effect. If somebody's upset about that, like, why? I'm not upset. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I'd actually, there are times I would rather play against that than like Damnation or what have you. 'Cause they're a remnant. You're playing this mostly because it has Cascade. This is a 4 mana Will-O-the-Wisp with Cascade. You're basically paying. You could make an argument that Will-O-the-Wisp should have been 2 mana. And I'll be like, okay, even with that, now you're paying 2 mana for Cascade. Why are you playing this? You're playing this because it's a 4 mana card with Cascade. You can say anything else, but if you're paying it for any other reason, why are you playing a 0/1? Just no. Just no. Don't be bad. You're playing it because it's got Cascade. Architects of Will. What I said earlier about the Glass Dust Gearhulk applies to the Architects of Will as well. 4 mana, 3/3, cycles for 1 Dimir mana. The difference here is this is one that's actually, a lot more reasonable to actually cast. One, it's a 4 mana card, not 5. B, 4 mana, 3/3. When this creature enters, look at the top 3 cards of target player's library, then put them back in any order. One would normally assume you're going to do this to your own library. You can do this to other people. And that's not always a bad thing. If somebody's having mana issues, let's say. You can cast this. Legally, look at the top 3 cards of the library and go, okay, out of the top 3, you had 1 land. I'm putting it on top for you. Or you can give yourself a little extra room against removal spells, or this or that. There's a lot of things you can do with stuff like that. Depends on what you're looking to do. Usually, though, you're going to spend this on yourself. It's fine. Architects of Will, it's fine. Jesh and Zombies. Jessian? Whatever. 6 mana for a 2/4 with fear. Remember, a creature with fear can only be blocked by artifact creatures or black creatures. Island cycling and swamp cycling. So again, this is basically this is polluted. This is like a cheaper polluted delta. Wow, already. But you're paying for a 2/4, which averages to a 3/3 with fear. I think a 3/3 with fear would end up being about 5 mana. But I think that would be a harder 5 mana, like 2 black plus 3. Yeah. You are playing this card mostly due to the fact that it's got island cycling and swamp cycling. There's gonna be like people are gonna be playing stuff that will like. I would suggest almost every deck is gonna play something that can like. This is a 6 mana creature. Okay, cool. I have something that can kill a 4 toughness creature. You know, I can have something that can kill a 6 mana 2/4 creature, or I have something that's either black or artifact that can block it, yada yada yada. Even my commons only decks are going to look at this and go, okay, that's nice. You might be playing it because of zombie synergies. If you're in, honestly, actually, if you're in Dimir, if you're playing Dimir zombies, I could see this being used. Or if you're in 3-colored zombies, maybe you're in Esper zombies, maybe you're in Sultai zombies. Crixus zombies I could also possibly see. But yeah, if you're a 3-color zombie deck, then this might actually be more up your alley. Largely due to the ability to fetch basic like lanes of the appropriate type. Thought hemorrhage. So, 4 mana sorcery. Choose an online card name. Target player reveals their hand. This deals 3 damage to that player for each card with the chosen name revealed this way. If you're lucky, you are going to get. You're simply going to deal 3 damage with this. However, if you're super lucky, the person you're targeting with this is playing one of those cards that you can run any number of copies of. So, for example, Heir Apparent or Dragon's Approach, etc., etc. At which point, you know, you may end up dealing like 12 damage to them, not unreasonably, because a person playing that, I run 24 copies of Persistent Petitioners in my mill deck. So in a 7-card hand, I have, we'll say I might have 3 copies. But the thing is, the person might run anywhere from like 25 to 50 copies of whatever the card is. So it's not unreasonable to deal 6, 9, 12, possibly more damage than that if they're playing that kind of deck. Search that player's graveyard, hand, and library for all cards with that name and exile them. Then that player shuffles. So, barring the burn aspect, which, to be fair, if you're in at least Rakdos and you're running a card like this, I'm not on. Okay, fine, you run one, because every so often you'll go up against a person that has one that's playing one of these decks, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. By the way, take 9. What? Take 9. You then get to go through their their hand, graveyard, library, and exile. Uh, so, in Magic the Gathering, there are two different categories of ways to search for cards. Search your library for a card versus search your library for a card that meets some kind of specification. A card in a given category, a creature card, a land card, an island card, an enchantment card, whatever. A given mana value, or greater than or less than a given mana value. A card with a given name, or that shares a name with something, or doesn't share a name with something, or something that a card that has some kind of restriction attached to it. The first category is like Demonic Tutor. Search your library for a card. Search your library for a card and put it in your hand. Then shuffle. When you're just searching for a card, most of the time you don't have to reveal it. A couple of effects may ask you to reveal it, but the majority of them, just you do it. The second category, you have to reveal so you can demonstrate to the class that it does actually meet the requirements set forth. Search your library for a creature card, reveal it to show that yes, it actually is a creature card. Then put it in your hand, or then shuffle your library and put it on top, or whatever. The first case simply says search for a card. You have to find one if there's one there. You can cast Demonic Tutor legally with an empty library, at which point there's no card to find. Oh well, nothing you can do about it. The second one, especially in a situation like this, you don't have to find them all. What? You do not have to find them all. If you want to exile all copies of Slime Against Humanity, and the player is running, 47 copies, and you count, and between everything you can find, you found 45. Oh, there's one. I missed one. 46. I don't see another one. Okay, you missed one. They draw it. They're going to have a 46, 40. So they're going to have a 48 trample that you suddenly have to deal with. But here's the thing. The rules for Magic, in general, are the same regardless of whether you're playing limited or constructed, whether you built your deck, whether somebody loaned you the deck, whether it's a pre-constructed deck, whatever. The rules, in general, are the same across formats. If you build a limited deck during ALARA Reborn, and, you couldn't remember, do I only have 2 copies of Maelstrom Pulse? We'll get to that. Or 3. Sure, they might miss one. That's not on you to correct their mistake. By the same token, if this could hit lands, and you can't remember if there's like 8 mountains or 9 in there, if they miss one, oh well. But this also means that you can play cards uh like um like one of those I was gonna say Evolving Wilds, but one of those kind of cards like the Panoramas, for example, that say, hey, by the way, sacrifice it to fetch a basic land with a certain category. And you're like, you're about to sack it, and you're like, I don't remember if if I have a Swamper meaning or not. You can still sacrifice it, you can still search, but there's no drawback to not being able to find one, whether or not there's one there. So, little interesting piece of rules that some of you may not be aware of. So a card like this, if they don't get all the copies, even though it says search for all of them, they may miss it. You don't have to tell them. Or they may leave one there on purpose and say, nah, you know what, you can have that one. I've seen gameplay video on MTG Goldfish where it's like, I'll take all of the ones out of the library and the graveyard out. The ones that are in your hand, I'll leave those alone. Wait, what? Because technically speaking, you don't have to exile all of them. You can, what's called, fail to find. So, all that being said, there's a couple reasons to run a card like this. As I mentioned, you have the people that are playing the I can run any number of copies of these that I want. Okay, fine. You want some kind of protection against those. You want some kind of protection against a certain card, or like, let's say I have a friend, the same one I mentioned earlier, who likes multicolored decks, was working on a deck that had the ability to remove himself from the game. In other words, he basically gave all his stuff phase. He basically Teferi's protection himself, and so that all his stuff phased out, his life total couldn't change, yada yada yada, until his next turn. But then he'd skip as many turns as he wanted, like 187,000 or whatever. And so he wanted to make sure that he couldn't lose the game in the meantime by other means. So, there's a handful of cards that could still make him lose the game. Making sure he can't draw from an empty library, for example. But he can't be targeted because the way Teferi's protection works. Because you gain protection from everything, so you can't be targeted. And a bunch of other stuff that goes along with that. So, you want to get rid of untargeted card draw. That could potentially mill him out. Because the milling itself, oh well, who cares? It's the draw from an empty library that's going to make him lose the game. Get rid of that. Your life total can't change. Damage can still be dealt to you. It just doesn't actually change it, which means commander damage can kill him. So having to find a way around that. Um, and there's like a few other ways. Poison. He needs leeches in his deck, which is hilarious. It's now a $2 card. It's the only card in the game that can remove poison. But yeah, he's got a few things, and he needs ways to make sure these cards aren't in somebody's library anymore, or somewhere they can get at them easily. So you want cards like Thought Hemorrhage and Cranial Extraction and the like. So there's that. The other kind of deck that he wants it in is something that makes his opponent shuffle. And this is where you find cards like Psychogenic Probe. Whenever a spell or ability causes a player to shuffle their library, this artifact deals 2 damage to that player. Thought Hemorrhage, then that player shuffles, is a spell that causes a player to shuffle their library. A spell causes a player to shuffle their library, 2 damage to that player. So there's a few ways to use cards like Thought Hemorrhage. Generally speaking, would not generally recommend, but there are reasons to run it. And you know, probably I think the biggest one these days would be protection from cards like um Templar Knight and Persistent Petitioners and Relentless Rats and stuff of that nature. I think running a copy of that kind of effect is probably perfectly fine just to save you headaches from that stuff. Singe Mind Ogre, 4 mana for a 3/2. When it enters target field, sorry, let's try this again. Target player reveals a card at random from their hands and loses life equal to that card's mana value. This is Commander. People tend to play with higher mana value stuff than they would otherwise. So this, I mean, I don't, I wouldn't like a 4 mana 3/2. I'm generally not thrilled with, but when it comes into play, just doing random burn to somebody, yeah, once in a while you're gonna hit a land or you're gonna hit something else like that. But for every game where that happens, you're also going to have games where you're going to hit something like Coveted Jewel or something else that's a healthy mana value. And so a card like Singe Mind Ogre, I here's the thing, it doesn't make the person discard cards, it just burns them. I could see this. Oh, yeah. Throw this through Conjurer's Closet or find a way to replicate it. Oh, hey, you want to play with um like Kikijiki? Here's a fun card to Splinter Twin or Jaxus or whatever you want to use. And just start making copies of, make another copy every turn with haste and just do some extra burnination. Sure. And the funny thing is, if you're using an effect like Kikijiki or Jaxus or whatever that also gives it haste, it gives the copy haste, you can burninate one person and then attack somebody else. I do not know what the heck is going on here. So, yeah, I think for a burn card, Singe Mind Ogre, I'm actually kind of okay with because come and play, deal a reasonable amount of damage. Probably, I would say on average at least three. On a 3/2 body, but it's a come and play ability. So if you're looking at Rakdos, cool, you sack it for fun and profit for whatever. You might have like a pandemonium effect in play, burninate somebody that way. Then you sack it and you bring it back some other way. Not a big deal. It's fine. Sanity Nars. Are you playing are you playing Rakdos? Are you playing with rats? Well, I mean, I'd be well, that looks weird. Sanity Nars comes into play, targeted player discards a card at random. Uh my usual, again, my typical caveats about uh discard effects. That being said, when this enters, target player discards a card at random. Now that being said, this has actually been power crept. Hilariously. Well, actually no. I was going to say it's been power crept, but now I'm rereading this. When this dies, target opponent discards a card at random. When this enters, target player discards a card at random. So the rat comes into play, makes you discard at random. The cat dies, makes you discard a card at random. Wait, what? Yeah, I could. I think. I mean. Oh, wow. Is it bad to want to rights of replication this thing? Yes. Yes, it is. The last thought to go through their victim's mind is the one they tear out through the scalp. Ouch. Oof. But yeah. As I was saying, with what, already opinions about discard decks aside, I don't think this is enough. Because here's the problem. I compared this to, like, this is a come into play ability on a 3 mana 2 colored 1/1 creature. Compare that to, say, Hypnotic Spectre, which is 2 black plus 1. So approximately the same cost. For a 2/2 flyer, which is already reasonable in terms of, size. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they discard a card at random. This is a come into play trigger. The other one is a combat trigger, but on a better creature that has existed since Alpha. And I see this and I'm like, I think if this cost 1 less mana, I'd be more for it, but it doesn't seem like enough. Oh! Hello, Shomanuchi! Just got home, so I'm gonna settle in and BRB. Okay, fine then. Be that way. And all that sort of jazz. Yeah, Sandy Grinders, I personal opinion, I would slide this down here. I prefer these two over Sandy Grinders for most commander decks in general. Just Cathari Bomber, 3 mana for 2. See, this is the sort of card I'm talking about. This is exactly the sort of card I'm talking about. 1 black, 1 red, 1 other for a 2/2 flyer. When it deals combat damage to a player, make 2 goblins. Oh, and sack this creature. Okay. I guess I can see that. And then you unearth it for five, which because it's got flying, it's probably going to get through for two more. And sacrifice this creature. But as long as it doesn't hit a player, as long as it doesn't deal combat damage to a player, you keep it around. I feel like this is basically... Okay. Yeah, this is a 3 mana 2/2 flyer. Two goblins is too much for... I think if it made one... No. Let me think here. If you made one goblin... No. No, I see the costing. This should be... This should have like a really minor effect as a combat damage player. Or as a combat damage trigger. Like exile a... You know, you may exile a card from a graveyard. Or something. Creating a kobold might have done it. But this was a ALARA block. Kobolds weren't a thing in a ALARA block, as far as I remember. Goblins were, but goblins are 1/1s by default. So this is... So yeah, making two makes sense. Okay. But yeah, if you're in like Rakdos Birds though, I might actually do this. And the funny thing is, like, again, as long as this can manage not to kill a, not to hit a player, you're going to keep it around. So use this for attacking into, like, planeswalkers and stuff. Attack planeswalkers. Oh, play with battles and use it to attack your battles. I'm not completely upset at Cathari Bomber. And also, this is also the kind of card, I think, where if I were to rebuild... Let's see if it'll let me... Boop. Rakdos. No, I think if I were to go and build a... I think if I were to build a Rakdos Aristocrats deck with commons, I might put Cathari Bomber in there. Because at some point it's going to end up being like, hey, by the way, combat damage doesn't use oh, but the attack trigger does use the stack. So I can sack it in response to the triggered ability. Get my whatever sack value I'm going to get out of it. And get two goblins in the process. Okay. Yeah. This feels like something that would be fun for an Aristocrats deck. Monstrous Carabid. Again, what I mentioned before about the Architects of Will, etc., etc. Um, the big difference here is this is a 5 mana 4/4 that has to attack each turn with cycling, which is what happens when a plane of predators collides with 4 planes of prey. Ooh, yeah, okay. But yeah, again, what I said before about living end, etc., etc. If you're building off of the same premise of the living index of modern, then yes, you're running this. Nothing else specifically comes to mind about how to play it. Um, but again, you're playing a card like this because it cycles for 1. Um, and more relevantly, it cycles for either color. Which is when your deck is more than 1 color, being able to cycle it for either one is kind of nice. Demon Spine Whip. Um, that is a. I am okay. Uh, sure. I do not want using a spine to break a slave's back. Appeals to the Grix's sense of irony. Yeah. Demon Spine Whip, I feel like so basically what this does is it gives equipped creature fire breathing for any color. Um the funny thing is fire breathing in general, and if I got one here, I don't remember. No, okay. Fire breathing in general, you pay 1 mana to give usually +1/+0 to end a turn. This isn't 1 mana to do +1/+0, although it can be used that way. You can do 1 at a time. This is X mana to give +X/+0 at once. Oh. Equipped creature gets. Oh. Oh. And equip Fireball. What? Fireball. I don't care how. I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast Fireball. So I just realized how this actually works, as in how to make good use of this. Fireball deals X damage total, divided evenly, round down, among a number of targets. I'm reading the text from the revised, aka third edition printing. Pay 1 extra mana for each target beyond the first. So, you want to deal 3 damage to 4 targets. So, cast, deal 3. That's 4 mana. Additional target, deal 3. Additional target, deal 3. Additional target, deal 3. So each of those was 4, but each of those was 3 damage plus 1 for the targeting or initial target or target change. So 4 mana. I'm dealing So 4 mana to deal 3 damage. To 4 separate targets is 16 mana. Okay. Demon Spine Whip. 1 to equip it to a creature. Pay X to give it plus X power till end of turn. Equipped creature gets that boost. So let's say X equal 3. Okay, so it's plus 3 plus 0. Then you pay a mana, move it over to here, pay 5 mana. So you spend 6 on this. This one is getting plus 5 plus 0 till end of turn. You pay another mana. And let's say you pay 2 more on top of that. This is getting plus 2 power till end of turn. The way I think it was intended for Demon Spine Whip to get used is like casting Fireball. Every time you change targets, which in this case means change what you're equipping it to, you pay an additional mana. Then you put your X into that, pay 1 for a new target, which in this case, new creature to equip to, and you send it down the chain until everybody's got the kind of boost that you want to give it. This is kind of inefficient. But I mean, so was Fireball. And Fireball saw a lot of use back in the day. Even when other cards that did something similar had come out, it's like, yeah, but I can make this as big or as small as I want, and I can have as many or as few targets as I want. Where I think this works best is having a card that reduces the cost of activated abilities by some number. Let's say by 1. The equip cost is an activated ability. The X colon is an activated ability. So if you can reduce these by 1, then you can bounce this around. You could actually infinitely bounce this around to each of your creatures, pump their power by however much you want, just by going, hey, by the way, 1 to equip, but this is free because it only costs, activate ability costs 1 less. This activate ability also costs 1 less. And then, okay, now go back to the beginning, re-equip here. Back to the beginning. Back to the beginning. You see how this goes. If you can reduce the activate abilities of artifacts you control cost 1 less to activate, or just simply sort by cooler. Now, it's black-red, so let's see if there's anything in black or red. How much did you cost? You cost 2. Okay, thank you. Nothing there. That target. Equip abilities cost less. Zerda the Dawnmaker does what I'm looking for. Yeah. Okay. So, a quick scan says Zerda the Dawnmaker. I didn't go, I just went through quickly. If this is in your deck somehow, and you get this out, activate abilities abilities you activate that aren't mana abilities. Remember, abilities produce mana, they don't cost mana. Cost 2 less to activate. Can't reduce the mana in that cost to less than 1 mana. Oh, okay. Nah, it doesn't work. But Bureau Headmaster, equip abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. That will work to reduce the that and the Hiri's Storm of Stone allows you to equip. If it costs 1 to equip, it's now free. And then you just need some way to reduce activated abilities in general. Activate abilities of artifacts. Damn it. This effect can't. Minus O. Excuse you. Minus O colon. Wow. This effect can't. Excuse you? What do you mean? Alright, fine. Reduce. What do you mean, no? Wait. Oh. I'm dumb. Minus O. There we go. Hilariously, if you can turn it into a land, Blossoming Tortoise just makes it go infinite. Equip abilities that target enchanted creature. Or if you can turn it into a food, Sam works. Bureau Headmaster makes the equipping free. Huh. Yeah, so the way to actually do it would have to go through something like Blossoming Tortoise. The easiest way I can think of to do that is Yavimaya. No, not, you don't, do I need Yavimaya? No, I need Maskwood Nexus. Maskwood Nexus and Life and Limb is the easiest way I can think of to do that. No, that doesn't work. Oh no, I have to turn it into a land without turning it into a creature. I don't know if there's a way to do that. Jono, there's probably a way to do this somehow, but if you can manage... I spent enough time on that. I'll let you guys figure out how to pull that off. Alternatively, the easier way to do it is probably just generate an infinite amount of mana, which there's over 9,000 ways to do that, I'm sure, by now. At which point you just go and... Yeah, but at that point you might as well just throw it on something that, you know, make sure your creature can't be blocked or has trample, and throw it at your opponent and just go, meh, die. Defiler of Souls. If you're playing with Defiler of Souls, you should be playing a multicolored deck. You should be playing a gold deck. What do I mean by a gold deck? See, if you take a look at the border around the card, see that nice gold color? Or, or a card like this, that nice gold color around? Yeah. There's a reason why historically we referred to multicolored cards as gold cards because, well, you would have, let's say, a card like Psionic Blast. Okay, let's go for the Time Spiral version, where it's got that nice blue border around it, and that tells you this is a blue card. Once we started hitting multicolored cards, and which means a black card would get a black, inside border, a red card gets a red inside border, etc., etc. Once you hit multicolored, it got a gold border. So we called them gold cards. They kept a gold color, at least during this time frame. I don't remember what there is now. Let's see here. What just came out? Lorwyn Eclipsed. What's in Lorwyn Eclipsed? Set ECL ID equal gold. No, C equal gold. There we go. Yeah. Even a card like Ashling's Command has got that nice gold border around it. So, but you can say you're building a multicolored deck, and that's fine. If you're building a gold deck, some might suggest that implies something different. And the difference here is every color has got a every card has got a multicolored cost to it. It's not monocolored. Defiler of Souls, if you're playing a card like that, you're saying, hey, by the way, I don't have any any monocolored stuff. Because 6 mana for a 5/5 flyer, not bad. Being of each player's upkeep, they sack a monocolored creature of their choice. Oh, 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 this one's Painter's Servant. This one's Painter's Servant. I know. Why is this one Painter's Servant? As it enters, choose a color. All yada yada and permanents are the chosen color in addition to the other colors. What this does is this will take if something affected by Painter's Servant is normally colorless, it will simply be the new color. It won't be the new color and colorless. Okay. Well, what difference does that make? Let's go with a simple example. Let's go with Juggernaut. Nothing fancy, nothing crazy. It's a 4 mana 5/3, has to attack every turn. And can't be blocked by walls. Not a big deal. It's a colorless artifact. If you drop Painter's Servant and name red, this is now a red card. It's no longer colorless. It's red. You're going, okay. Which means it now has exactly one color to it. Defiler of Souls, being of each player's upkeep, they have to sack a monocolored creature of their choice. Colorless is lack of color, therefore it's not monocolored. So person playing with, a colorless deck, like for example, my Kozilek control deck, this beastie here, I'll leave it on this for now, which every single card here is colorless. They think they're going to be safe. Somebody drops Defiler of Souls, it's like, yeah, it's fine. Painter's Servant, I named green. What? All your stuff is now green. The funny thing is, like, the mono green player is going to go, okay, it does nothing here. Anybody playing multicolored isn't going to care. Well, is kind of going to care. Because, now their Lure of the Pit is now safe from being eaten. But it's like, Yeah. You know what? I think Defiler's Souls. I would. Defiler of Strolls. Strolls. Defiler of Souls, I think I would just run straight and keep Painter's Servant in my back pocket just in case I needed it. Igneous Pouncer. 6 mana for 5/1 swamp cycling and mountain cycling. Again, you're looking at a Bloodstained Mire that costs you 2 mana instead of being a land. That can also be a 6 mana 5/1 haste, which a 5/1 averages to a 3/3, which should be okay. I can see an argument for 5 at that point. The problem is, because it's only got a single point of toughness, it dies to a Stiff Breeze. You are primarily playing this just like the Jushin Zombies. You're primarily playing this because it's for the land cycling. Again, not bad, and because it says swamp cycling and mountain cycling, you can get non-basic swamps like Leech Ridden Swamp. um, you can get Mad Blind Mountain because they are, they are lands that have the relevant basic land type that are not basic. Let's go through red-green. Let's go through Gruul. How grueling. Rock's Brute. 4 mana for 4/4. It's a vanilla creature. But it's fine. You're looking for a vanilla creature. You could do worse than play Rock's Brute in your deck. If you're playing vanilla creatures, now you can generally find better this going in mono green. But in red, it's not that easy. So, I mean, like, this is... I think if you're playing this, you're looking into playing... First of all, you're playing gold... you're playing gold vanilla, for one. After that, I don't see, like it... Let's see here. Color equal gold is vanilla. And let's say mana value equal 4. It's the only 4-drop. Wow. What about greater than 4? Okay, we have options plural. And what about for less than 4? Wow. You have 3 at 3. Sorry, you have 3 at 2. 1 at 3. 19 at 4. Or sorry. 3 at 2. 1 at 3. 1 at 4. Sort by mana value. 4, 5, 6, 7 fives, 5, 6, 7, 6 sixes, and 5 sevens. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So, which really means if you're building gold vanillas, you have to run the rock sprite, and you're pretty much priced into what you see here. 19, 20, 24 creatures. You basically have to run. You have to run all of them. Interesting. And you'd have to run, as a result, you have to run a 5-color general. I wonder, is Commander ID equal Wilburg is vanilla? I doubt it. Nope. Yeah, you'd end up having to find like a random 5-color general to use as your general just because. Yeah. Huh. Okay. So yeah, Rock's Brute, the number one place you're putting it into is uh gold gold vanilla. And it's a you'd have to run it. God Tracker of Jund. 3 mana for a 2/2 elf shaman. Whenever a creature you control power 5 or greater enters, you may put a +1 counter on this creature. Interesting. I'm sure there's combo shenanigans available with that. Entering and then, I don't think entering and then having a trigger kick in that says, hey, by the way, I'm now 5 power. I think it has to enter as 5 power. But I'm also sure there's combo shenanigans available with this. Oh, yes. So mask with Nexus, turn everything into a dragon. Again, going back to this document here, you know, I, with the fact that there are certain cards that I just, by default, my brain goes to, hey, I need a card that does X. Here's a card that does X. Okay, cool. Let's keep going. Um, and Mask with Nexus does that. I can. Actually, mascot to oh my gods. There we go. All right. So yes, there's now an update to that document. Boop. So, let's say you've got Masquerade Nexus out. You name Dragon. You have Crucible of Fire out, which gives all dragons +3/+3. That means if any creatures that, any creature that you play that's at least 2 power, you're, anything that size is going to trigger the God Tracker. If you can get an additional +2 power, let's say Gaia's Anthem. Gaia's Anthem would bring it down to 1. And I don't know if this is going to work. Nope. Minus O. All right, and then ID Gruel and game paper. Vortex Leash works. No. Oh, Domri Anarchabolus works. Beyond that, Flowstone Surge would work and would be really cheap. 19 cents. Fire Nation's Conquest. I like that. Almost as cheap. Yeah. Because here you don't have to care about the color. Like, I'm looking at, I don't care what color it is. I don't care what creature type it is. I don't care if it's attacking or not. I just want to be able to come and play. But if you're able to, to be fair, if you're using Masquerade Nexus to make stuff into a dragon, then you could just as easily use, Fairies Band War Chief. Everything's also a Centaur. And go from there. And the reason I'm looking at all of that, you have like a handful of pump spells of some sort. Actually, Obelisk of Erd, I think, does the same thing, doesn't it? Not, is it Obelisk of Erd I'm thinking of? Obelisk of Erd. Which one are you? of the chosen type. Right, okay. Yeah. But anything along that nature at all. You know, you get a couple of those giant pump things and whatever. And God Tracker of Jund, I should say, will come, it'll see creature come into play. Like any creature comes into play, this is gonna get +1/+1 counter on. Okay. And um there's a few. I can think of 6 off the top of my head. 0 mana creatures. There's not a lot. 7. There's and we're not talking stuff that's got like X in its cost. We're talking actual 0 mana creatures. Actually, let's go with what's probably the most popular one. Sees play in consistently sees play in place. Kitchen tables love it. Modern loves it. Pauper loves it. It's a 0 mana creature. It's a 0/2 flight. It's an ornithopter, right? It doesn't do any but it's a 0/2 flyer for 0 mana, which is a lot. Well, is it Cloudstone Curio I'm thinking of? Cloudstone Curio? Whenever a non-artifact permanent you control enters, you may return another permanent you control that shares a permanent type with it to its owner's hand. Okay. So, Ornithopter, Memnite, and Shield Sphere, and I think there's another one, are not going to do what I'm thinking of. However, Kobolds of Carekeep, Crimson Kobold, Crookshank Kobold, literally all the same card, just with different names. And then Rogah, I think his name's Rogah. Red Squee here. Rograch, son of Rogah. As a friend of mine likes to call him, Angry Kobold. This guy here. 0/1 for 0 mana, legendary creature, first strike, menace, trample. You throw any kind of pump on him, he starts getting absolutely silly. But these are all 4 mana, 0 cost creatures. Well, so Cloudstone Curio, you play one of them, you bounce another one back to your hand. Because they cost 0, that means they cost 0 to cast. God Tracker of Jund. Whenever a creature you control power 5 or greater enters, put +1 counter on this creature. So you've got a couple of things out to make all your creatures gain +5 power somehow. Don't care if they're attacking, don't care the creature type, whatever. Blah. You just take a couple of kobolds, bounce them back and forth. God Tracker gets as big as you want him to get. He gets infinitely large. He's gonna have he can easily have over 9,000 +1/+1 counters on. At which point, he's bigger than any dragon and bigger than any Eldrazi. Well, almost any Eldrazi, probably. Bigger than Galactus. Yeah. I, yeah, I know. I've gone on about him, but there's a way to make him work. He's also an elf, so you can throw him into an elf deck. Elves have got enough +1/+1 stuff going on that, having an elf come into play as a 5/5 is not hard, etc. Um, and yeah, he can easily just, cool, I play something that makes me 3/1/1 elf tokens. Okay, well, they come into play in their 5/5s. Cool, this gets 3/+1 counters on it. Ugh. Never mind all the shenanigans that can happen with proliferating and doubling season and effects and other effects to give bonus counters. Never mind then that you get to go with stuff that cares about counters, moving counters around or putting once this has got X number of counters on it, it's now got this, or any of that kind of shenanigans. Have at you. God Tracker Junt, I think it's going to be fairly easy to pull off. Gorger Worm. 5 mana for 5/5 with Devour 1. Basically, once it's once it's already done in play, it's basically vanilla creature. But here's the thing. So 5 mana 5/5. Okay, that's fine. Devour 1. I got a bunch of random tokens. I got a bunch of random, sapperlings or I'm drawing a blank on other token types. Goblin tokens also work, etc., etc. Anything that doesn't, like, squirrels. That's the one I was thinking of. Anything that doesn't really, there's not really much out to give them much boost or whatever, and you haven't got anything to give them any sort of benefit as of yet, you're going to be like, cool. Well, they're not doing anything. I'll attack with all these. Cool. A couple of them got through. Post combat, cast this. Eat like 10 of them. I now have a 5 mana 15/15. No big deal. Yeah, you basically want this to actually, the other thing you might want to consider doing that using cards of like bleh. The other thing you might want to consider using a card like this for, if you have trouble finding a good outlet for whatever reason, maybe you decide to do something crazy like I did. Make a Gruul deck, make a Gruul Aristocrats deck, make a Gruul Aristocrats deck with nothing but commons, and you're looking for good sack outlets. Devour gives you an option. You have to find payoffs, but it gives you a way to actually sacrifice your creatures for fun and profit. Vithian Renegades. Honestly, I don't see a good reason not to play this. My question basically boils down to, like, is there a reason to play something else other than this? I do want to keep mana cost in mind somehow. Oh, pardon me. I want to keep mana value in mind somehow. I want to keep the size it is in mind somehow. Because historically, by which I mean cards older than this, for this effect, you're basically looking at a 3 mana 2/2. So for slightly harder cost, because those are generally red +2 or green plus 2. So for red plus green plus 1, you get a 3-2. And that's not just like a that's not just a reason that's not just a an effect you're going to want on an okay body. This is a reasonable sized body for its cost with a reasonable effect. Now, yes, I'm generally going to want Reclamation Sage first. Because that's destroy target artifact or enchantment. However, that's also only a 2/1. It is an elf, so that's got that going for it. But if Rex Sage being an elf if Rex Sage being an elf doesn't matter to you, then this 2/1 body is a lot less interesting. And the question is, like, you're paying an extra mana. Yeah, let's be honest. This is naturalized for an extra mana, but you're getting a 2/1 out of it. This is Shatter, or what was it? Not Shattering Pulse. Destroy target artifact. Mana value equal 1. Yeah, Smelt. I really like Reckless Airstrike, I'm not gonna lie. Reckless Airstrike is hilarious. But yeah, this is basically Smelt, which is 1 mana instant. But you're paying 2 mana and getting a 3/2 body out of it, which again is pretty good. I think this is one of those. I would generally rather have the Rex Sage, but if I'm worrying about the size of the body, Vithian Renegades is a reasonable compromise. However, if I actually care about the size of the body, think that's the right one. Yeah, Indrik Stompowler. 5 mana for 4/4. This is basically for an extra 2 mana over Rex Sage, you're getting a 4/4 instead of a 2/1. Okay. What about you, May? Conclave Naturalists. Conclave Naturalist for an extra 2 mana gets the same May, because Rex Sage is a May trigger. Foundation Breaker, 1 extra mana. One extra mana for 1 extra toughness, but it's got Evoke, so you can basically cast as Naturalize. That's interesting, though. Anyway, all that being said, I'm also not seeing, apart from Harmonic Sliver, if you're playing multicolored, like if you're trying to build gold dot deck, you may actually have to run Vithian Renegades. Deadshot Minotaur, again, back to the comment earlier about Living End. Also, 5 mana for a 3/4, which is not terror bad. When it enters, 3 damage to target creature with flying. I think in a casual commander format, you're more likely to find that than you think, because people love their angels, demons, dragons, and other creatures of that nature. If you can give this thing Death Touch in response, this Minotaur can suddenly kill a dragon. Even without that, there's probably something reasonable that you can kill. Also, it's a Minotaur. Would not be, unhappy to throw it in a Minotaur tribal deck. I'm seeing some legs on this guy. Predatory Advantage. 5 mana enchantment. At the beginning of each opponent's end step, if they didn't cast a creature spell this turn, make a 2/2 lizard. Here's the cute bit. If this is if you cast this, it is not unreasonable. You go around the table. Fine, 3 players. I think over 3 turns, you can reasonably get like 4 tokens out of this. Hilariously, if somebody goes, okay, Wrath of God, while you've got this out, unless they followed it up with a body, okay, you make a 2/2 token. Wait, what? This can get around the first time and I think make a token reasonably. I think twice around the table, this cannot unreasonably have produced 3 tokens. Now, is somebody going to react by like sacrifice, by wrath thing or something? Sure. Did they follow it up with a creature? No? Cool, you get a new token. I like that. Blitz Hellion, 5 mana for a 7/7 trample haste, which is always a fun combination. The beginning of the end step, its owner shuffles it out of their library. Alarans commemorated its appearances with new holidays bearing names like the Great Cataclysm and the Fall of Ilson Gate. Oops. The fun. There are quite a few. I'll call them temporary creatures for now. Cards like Spark Elemental, Lightning Skelemental, Groundbreaker, Ball Lightning, that, um, you know, comes into play, trample, haste, hits like a ton of bricks for its cost, end of turn, sacrifice it. Then you got the Viashinos, who I believe didn't have a creature type, and then got their own creature type, and then got that taken away. Viashino Heretic, sure. Oh, yeah, no, back in the day it was someone Viashino. Viashino. Not reprint. Sort by. Whoops, sort by wrong one. Release date. Oh, no, they were all Viashino originally. Even up until Dominaria United, they were all Viashino. And then recently, they've all been told, guess what, you're lizards now. I don't know. Well, I can't say I don't know why. I think it's to turn around and make stuff that, like, make stuff make sense. And by that, what I mean is, for example, you've got all sorts of humanoid cat creatures. The Leonin of, for example. And they're listed as cat warrior or cat soldier or cat wizard or whatever. You've got the Nezumi from Kamigawa, who are, rat rat shaman or rat ninja or what have you. And you have, I would assume that this means that any Loxodons are now elephant whatever. Loxodon Peacekeeper. Oh, always was an elephant soldier. Okay. Good to know. But what that means is, I think what's happened is they've taken all these creature types, and anything that seemed to be based on an animal or something similar was, well, merged to be with that creature type. Anything that was basically a humanoid dog was listed under dog already. Why are the Viashino different? So I think they turn around and said, let's be more consistent and do this in a way that makes sense. And I got no problem with that. But what you're looking at Blitz Hellion, and you're saying, okay, well, it's temporary creature will disappear at the end of turn. The Viashinos generally, you cast them, and then at the end of turn, return them back to hand. The elementals of whatever type, you sacrifice them at the end of turn. And then you get Blitz Hellion, which at the end of turn gets shuffled back in. So I think if you're making a deck based around these temporary creatures, I think if you're building that sort of deck, Blitz Hellion fits, it might disappear in a different manner, but it disappears at the end of turn. The problem with building a deck based around temporary creatures is making sure, because you can throw out a bunch of threats in one shot, but they all disappear at the end of turn. What's there to protect you from being attacked back? So what you might end up having to do is add white or black or run a plethora of wrath effects or something and go, hey, by the way, and this also means you're going to need to generate a bunch of mana on a regular basis. So you might want more mana rocks, more mana boosting enchantments. You do not want creatures, because if you're playing that much mass removal, they're just going to get swept up. But yeah, I can see it. Vengeful Rebirth. 6 mana sorcery. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand. If you return a non-land, deals damage equal to that card's mana value to any target. Then you exile it. So first of all, I would want to throw this on a Panoptic Mirror, and I'm not even going to apologize for it. What? You heard me. That means every upkeep, I get a card from my graveyard back to my hand, and if it's not a land, I get to burninate a something or a someone for it. That being said, this is, at worst, a 6 mana regrowth that you're not getting back. This was also balanced, not for Commander. This was balanced for a 60 card format, which is why it's got the exile clause, because you have one in your hand and one in your graveyard. I use this one to get this one back, burninate you for 6. Next turn, I use this one to get this one back, burninate you for 6, and you basically have an infinite combo. I mean, a combo is a bit of a... But, like, every turn, you're dealing 6 to your opponent and not having to work. Like, this is your win con at the end of the game. And you can even turn around and have an effect like Obstinate Familiar out so that you don't die from not being able to draw. And you just doot. Boom, 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 boom. Sorry, I'm suddenly reminded of that scene from Spaceballs. Anywho. That being said, in Commander, it's you'll get back maybe a 4 mana card, maybe a 5. And you'll end up burninating for that much. And then you've shot your... Which, to be fair, in addition to, the 2 mana that you'd spend for regrowth, is fine. But now you need a way to get this back. Well, need is a strong word. You're going to want a way to get this back. Rift Sweeper comes to mind. When it enters, choose target face-up exiled card. Its turn shuffles out of their library. If you have this and have some way of... I mean, it's a creature. Being able to get a creature back from your graveyard is relatively easy. A Sack Outlet and Genesis comes to mind. And then you can get this back. Like, you're not going to get it back every turn, but you can get it back in your library, and it's like, oh cool, I did this again, thunk. Oh cool, I do this again, thunk. Oh cool, I do this again, thunk. And you might be able to play this like 3, 4, 5 times in a single game. Let's go for green-white, shall we? Leon and Armor Guard. As I mentioned, first option, it's a cat soldier. 4 mana for a 3/3. When it enters, creatures you control get +1/+1 till end of turn. Well suited are the Nakado to a Kodo of Steel and Forged Tempered Claws. Yep. And so, again, if I were to build like this is... The fun thing about this is when you have this, you're playing white, you have your flicker effects to play with. And playing with flicker effects means that you can have this enter 2, 3, 4 times a turn and give your creature more boost than you would expect otherwise. And I'm not apologizing for that idea. Now, are there other things I would rather flicker? Maybe. But this is cheap enough to cast for its effect. If it comes early or if it comes late, it's still going to be useful. It does technically pump itself. So if you have an effect like Concordant Crossroads or Chroma's Memorial or some way to give it haste, it can also get in on the action. And then, I mean, a card like this, you want a flood of creatures. You ideally want... I would start off with something, personal opinion, conceptually based on my mono-white common stack. And I'm not going to say build this, although this is a perfectly fine deck to play. I actually kind of enjoy this. And again, the entire premise for this deck is you spend 1 card, you're going to get at least 2 bodies of it. In a case of actual creatures, it's a creature that comes into play and makes a token. In the case of stuff that's not creatures, this comes into play, makes a couple of tokens, and gains me life. This, I make a couple of tokens, and if my life total is low, I get a bunch of them. And they're all, they're all similar in that context. Stuff like Recruit the Worthy, it's under 3+ because it's got buyback, meaning the fact that I can cast it multiple times. And sure, it's 1 body each time, but it'll end up with 5, 6 bodies or more over the course of a game. I would start off with a card like that, like with a premise something like that, or a sapling deck, or a squirrel deck, or something. Yeah. So I would build something based on that. I would start off with something based on that kind of premise, something that'll get you a bunch of bodies, and then add this in. And if you have some kind of way to keep reusing it on a consistent basis, cool. Just make sure it's one where you can control it as opposed to something like Conjurer's Closet where it's like, at the end of turn, flicker. Like, that doesn't do anything for me. Sigil Behemoth. 5. No, you're late. I've already been at this for almost 4 hours. 6 mana for 5/4 with Exalted, which means when it attacks alone. Whenever a creature attacks alone, that creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So this doesn't have to be whenever the behemoth attacks alone. So if you've got 4 creatures that all have Exalted, and you attack with a 1/1 flyer, there's going to be four sources that are going to pop up that go, hey, I give a boost, hey, I give a boost, hey, I give a boost, hey, I give a boost. And next thing you know, your 1/1 flyer is going to be attacking as though it's a 5/5. You know, the triggers are going to resolve, and it's going to be like, hey, by the way, I'm not a 1/1 anymore. I'm a 5/5. Smack! So, if you're building with Exalted, good place to start. I don't think there's enough. Well, I was going to say I don't think there's enough cards to, that have Exalted to make it work. But, I mean, no, there are. I mean, there's even Rafika the Many, who I believe has Exalted himself. Yeah. And then, whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gains double strike till end of turn. I think there's enough cards with Exalted to actually make a pretty strong Exalted deck. And then you still get access to Noble Hierarch and the ignoblest of Hierarchs. God damn it, Seth, I hate you sometimes. Love you, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, Sigil Behemoth, you're playing with Exalted, play it. Beyond that, I like it's fine. It's really not that exciting though unless you can make use of Exalted. And I think this feels like one of those things where you want a few things that have it. I will point out that, first of all, this is whenever a creature you control attacks alone. So, additional combat steps, even if that one creature is the only one attacking, is the only one that's attacking, it's going to get boosted again. Second of all, with the additional combat steps, the one that attacked in the second one can be a different one than what attacked in the first one, and that one is going to get all the Exalted boosts. Third, if it's got double strike, those pumps are going to count for bonus because it's going to, it's not going to, the triggered ability isn't going to trigger a second time. But it's like if you give a creature +3/+3 till end of turn. But the creature's got double strike. it's going to basically deal an extra 6 damage. 3 more on the first swing, 3 more on the second. Well, that's exactly what happens if you've got 3 exalted triggers that resolve. This is also an attack trigger. I think there's at least one card that deals with attack triggers. Is it Ishin I'm thinking of? If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. Yes. Now, you're not going to be able to use Ishin as your general and have Sigiled Behemoth in your deck, but you're playing at least 4 colors. You're probably going to end up playing 5. You don't have to, but you might end up playing 5, at which point it's like, okay, I'm sure you can find a at least 4 color general or partner pair or something that makes them all work together. And I would probably run 5 color, because then I also get access to Noble Hierarch. That's where I would go with that. Mycoid Shepherd. Whenever this creature or another creature you control with power 5 or greater dies, you may gain 5 life. What I said earlier about the God Tracker of Jund getting bigger for big creatures coming into play, apply the same kind of logic to the Mycoid Shepherd with respect to it dying instead. Yeah. Have fun with your big fat creatures going in. Hilariously, if you have this out and you do some crazy Craterhoof Behemoth shenanigans, and you attack, and it's not quite enough to take everybody out, and you want to make sure you've got some breathing room, you have Mycoid Shepherd out. You can then cast, like, a Wrath of God, for example. Have, like, 8 creatures die. Gain an extra 40 life. And go, okay. Kill your opponent's stuff in the process. And then have a chance to start rebuilding. I'm not saying you should do that. But that does give you an option. Although, to be fair, a Craterhoof attack should kill it. You know, planning things right, and then Craterhoof should probably kill everybody else at the table. But sometimes things happen, and they don't. Not Vine Paladin. Whenever this creature attacks, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn for each untapped creature you control. So, do you know how to make this absolutely silly? Yes, I'm going to go back to my favorite well, because why the heck not? Akroma's Memorial gives, amongst other things, gives all your creatures vigilance. Not Vine Paladin, with Akroma's Memorial out. I got 7 creatures. I attack with them. Not Vine Paladin's one of them, so 6 more creatures. I'm going to get. It's going to get +6/+6. It's going to be attacking as an 8/8. Because, again, my stuff's got vigilance. It will calculate the +1/+1 bonuses Um, when the triggered ability resolves after attackers are declared, before blockers are declared. Yum! Yeah, you have a healthy number, and I will also point out it doesn't it doesn't ask if the other creatures are attacking or not. It just cares that they're untapped. You put this in a deck with like saplings, for example. Okay, I've got like 37 saplings. Plus a random guy that can like pump everybody for like +1/+1 or whatever. Not Vine Paladin. I attack. I'm attacking for 40. Oh, I just realized that's each untapped creature you control, not each other untapped creature you control. If it's got vigilance, it will count itself. Um, yeah. Throw this in a deck that's got a way to generate a lot of bodies. Again, my mono white commons deck is a not unreasonable starting point for the concept. Uh, and then this combined with, like, this basically gives. I was going to say this basically gives all your untapped creatures exalted, kind of. But if they've got vigilance, they can also join in the attack and still give the boost. So this ends up being really solid. Uh, yeah, I think if I'm looking like a Night Tribal deck that's at least Selesnya, or like any sort of deck where I can generate a lot of creatures, I think I want Night Vine Paladin in it. I think it's really good. Captured Sunlight. Um, kind of like the other examples I gave earlier. The you gain 4 life is cute, it's adorable, it's not what you're playing it for. You're playing it for the fact that it's a 4 mana sorcery with Cascade. Or I should say, a 4 mana spell with Cascade. Beyond that, okay, that's nice. 4 life. Honestly, you're looking at a sorcery. You're paying 1 white or 1 green as a sorcery and getting 4 life. You're playing Selesnya. You scratch yourself, you get 4 life. Come on. So you are paying basically 3 mana for this to have Cascade. And I just realized I've been talking about Cascade and not even actually explaining what Cascade does. So, whenever you cast a spell with Cascade, you cast it, and then an ability triggers. Kind of like how it does with Storm. This happens before the spell starts to resolve. This is still while it's on the stack. You cast it. It's now on the stack. Trigger. Cascade. Go to your library. Flip over cards from the top of your library. Technically, you exile them. Until you exile a non-land card that costs less mana than the card that's got Cascade. So in the case of Captured Sunlight, it's a 4 mana card. You're flipping over to hit something that costs less than 4, i.e. 3 or less. Not a land, but anything else that in this case costs 3 or less. You may cast that without paying its mana cost. This is part of why this is a 4 mana card, just to gain 4 life. It's not just to gain 4 life, you're also getting another free spell out of it. You then cast that. You don't have to pay its mana. You don't have to pay the cost on the top right. Any other additional costs, you still have to pay. Any optional additional costs, you can pay. So you can pay kicker costs, etc., etc. And then it goes on a stack like anything else. It will resolve before the card that's got Cascade. You go through that, then you resolve the initial spell, in this case, Captured Sunlight. This is why you pay, this is why people like playing Cascade decks. Because they, if you're lucky, you cascade into another card with Cascade. And if you're lucky with that one, you flip over into another card with Cascade. Again, assuming you flip into one that costs less. You can flip into more, ones that cost more, but those won't count because you are looking for one that costs less. So you're trying to go down. And that's the interesting thing about Cascade is you could start off with like a 7 mana Cascade into a 5 mana, Cascade into a 4 mana, Cascade into a 3, Cascade into a 2. I think 2 is the lowest that I think 3. No, I think there's like one card that costs 2. Cascade. Mana value. Has Cascade if you've got Delirium. Yeah. So Bloodbraid Marauder, if you have Delirium, has Cascade. After that, realistically, everything else is 3. TARDIS, technically, if you control a Time Lord when it attacks, the next spell you cast has Cascade, which means that you can, you could cast a 2 in Cascade. Also, stuff can have Cascade more than once. So, for example, let's see if I can find it quickly. Where are you? There it is. Maelstrom Wanderer has Cascade. And apparently, and Apex Devastator has got 4 instances of Cascade. And I might actually want this for my mono green control deck, which sounds weird. Literally, all this is a big body with 4 instances of Cascade. Kinda tempted. But yeah. So with Apex Devastator having 4 instances of Cascade, you basically go, okay, it's a 10 mana card, Cascade trigger. Okay, hit this one, boom. Second trigger, this one. Third one, this one. Fourth one, this one. And if any of those have got Cascade, then they have to trigger. Yeah. Not apologizing. But yeah, Captured Sunlight, again. You are playing this because it's a 4 mana card with Cascade. You might play it in a life deck if you've got stuff that you really want to be able to hit with a Cascade. I will point out, when you cast a spell off of a Cascade trigger, you're paying it without paying its mana cost. Doing so means that if it has an X in their mana value, like it's got an X in the top right corner, you can't set X. You cannot choose, well, I'll cast Fireball for 3. You can't do that. You be X equals 0. So, that's a bit of a problem. So yeah, I wouldn't run Captured Sunlight in a deck that cared about gaining life unless I had a really specific use case for it. Apart from that, you're in at least Celestia and you're playing with Cascade. Pale Recluse, 4/5 with Reach is not actually bad for 6 mana. Let's make this slightly less balanced. This is a 3/6 with Reach, which a 2/4 with Reach historically was 4 mana. So you're getting +1/+2. Or I guess if you're doing this the other way, based on its actual stats, you're getting +2/+1 for an extra 2 mana is not completely unrealistic. And then it's got 4 cycling and plane cycling. Again, this is a Windswept Heath, I think it is. Yeah, this is Windswept Heath. Because, again, it doesn't ask you to find a basic land of the appropriate type. And it can fetch either side. So this is easier to acquire. You have to pay mana for it. But this is basically Windswept Heath. That can also be a 4/5 with Reach, which is just... This is one of those cards, like, compared to most of the other... Like, compared to the rest of the cycle, this one I do not mind actually, paying 6 mana and going, okay, I got it. Like, compare the others, right? We have Valley Rannet was a 6/3. We didn't get to that, which for 6 mana and the 2 basic land cyclings, is not bad. It's okay. Rakdos got a 5/1 with haste. Also at 6 mana. Cheshire Zombies in Dimir for 2/4 with fear. Again, too easy to deal with. You're playing it. If you're playing it, it's because it's a fetch land. And then White Blue got Sanctum Plow Beast, which 3/6 with Defender. Again, you really only want this either because of the dual land cycling that it's got available, or the fact that it's got Defender is actually something you can make use of. But Pale Recluse, yeah, out of all 5 of them, prefer this by a long shot. Wildfield Border Post. We haven't covered this, and out of the 5 color pairs, this is the first one we've encountered. There's 5 border posts. Okay. ALARA Reborn, name border post. If you take a look at them all, there's 1 for every allied color pair. Start with any 1. And let's just start with the top left. Field Mist Border Post is white-blue. Field Mist. Okay. That's white, blue. Okay, let's go blue, black. Mist Vein. Black, red. Vein, fire. Red, green. Fire, wild. Green, white. Wild, field. Which goes back into the field mist of the white, blue. So, if you know what each of those half, each of those single word half names are 4. If you know that field is white, mist is blue, uh, vein is black, fire is red, and wild is green, you can put together what they all do. They all do the same thing. The only thing that changes is the specific cost on the top right and the specific ability, the specific mana ability it has. I've referred to lands with the mana cost before. Um, the the one example that I can think of, I'm drawing a blank on others at the moment. Oh, I know what I'm thinking of. I'm dumb. Rupture Spire. I think Rupture Spire might actually be the first one. And Rupture Spire is a land that enters tapped. Yes, I'm waiting for the page to load. There we go. Thank you. Taps for any color. When this enters, sacrifice it unless you pay 1. So, to successfully play this card, you need to have a mana source available. A source that can generate 1 mana to play this card. So it feels like a land that has a mana cost. That's the way my brain handles cards like Rupture Spire, and then the card that was just before that, Gateway Plaza, cards of this nature. Well, take a look at that. And now compare the border post. You may pay 1 and return a basic land you control to its owner's hand rather than pay the spell's mana cost. This enters tapped. So what you have is border post costs 3 mana in a specific color combination. Or you can go, well, I have a, let's say a swamp, because let's assume we were playing limited. I'll play a swamp, tap it, generate 1 mana, return it back to my hand, play the border post, which enters tapped, but taps for white or green. Turn 2, untap, replay my swamp. I've got access to 2 mana, but in 3 colors. So why would I play the border posts? Why would I play the border posts? That's a good question. One, the border posts are something that can tap for either of 2 colors that you can play on turn 1. Has to be off a basic land. Okay. But why wouldn't you just play... First of all, I'm a strong believer in running as much basic land as you reasonably can. 15 to 20, I think, is a good ballpark. You can still run a lot of lands that do something interesting, something useful. And have enough basic land so that as somebody goes, I attack for what, you attack with whatever, and they go settle the wreckage, you still have lands to fetch. So with that, being able to cast a border post should be relatively easy. The number one place I can see this getting played specifically is in a deck that is looking to run as many multicolored cards as possible. As I mentioned earlier about my friend who likes, his mono green decks and his his mono green decks and his multicolored decks. And when I say multicolored, we mean like stuff where uh, you're running cards like Fusion Elemental, which would have shown up last week had I actually hit him. And as a result, this is a multicolored mana source. It doesn't just tap for more than one color, it also costs more than one color to cast it. It also has a way to play it without, on turn 1, as opposed to waiting until turn 3. So this, there's not a lot of places that I would want to play a card like this, but they do exist. And border posts, you're looking for an inexpensive mana rock that you can drop early, and if you're looking for an inexpensive mana rock that you can drop early and it'll tap for colored mana, because a lot of the early drops that you get, you know, your Soul Ring and your Everflowing Chalice and your what do you call it? Mind Stone. I could use one of those right now, and stuff of that nature. They all produce colored mana, or sorry, colorless mana. Or cards like Charcoal Diamond and Sky Diamond, they only produce one color. So the fact that you can drop this on turn 1, turn 2, sure it enters tap, but I'll tap for either of two colors. This is not an unreasonable play. If you're looking for something that you have access to getting out early. And then obviously later in the game, you're casting it for 3. Sure, it enters tapped. You probably have spare mana by that point. Huh. Sigil of the Nine Gods. I have this in at least one list. I think I know what list I have you in. I think that's this one. Official spoiler. Boop, boop. Yeah, Sigil of the Nine Gods. 1 green, 1 white, 1 other. Enchant creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. Has cycling for 1 Selesnya mana. This thing is going to... You're playing Selesnya. The chance of you... realistically, you should fairly quickly either end up in a situation where you've got almost no creatures because somebody, did a board wipe of some sort, or got a bunch of creatures. There shouldn't really be a middle of the road. I have this in my Torsten von Ursus, which is, again, he's only there because of the color scheme, and he's counted as common as far as Magic Online is concerned, so we're good there. Poison. 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 22 cards that, one way or another, can all give your opponent poison counters. Yes. Yes. And some of them do poison, like just virulent sliver. I think it's the only sliver I have in here. Yeah. Now, heaven forbid I come across somebody. If I come across somebody else that's got slivers, I'm not dropping virulent sliver. It's not coming out. It's going to get pitched to something or whatever. It's not coming out. um, then you've got creatures that have got toxic, which deal, when they deal their poison, when they deal their, let's try this again. When they deal combat damage, they also deal, they also give poison counters at the same time. Basically, the difference between poisonous and toxic is poisonous is a triggered ability, and toxic happens at the same time. So it's kind of like a life link between spirit link. Then I've got stuff that's got infect, which deals damage to players as poison counters. So it says it's a 2/3 with infect, but it's not dealing 2 points of damage to the opponent. It's dealing the opponent's getting 2 poison counters. And then you got cards like Saber-Tooth Cobra, which what's the current wording? Are you just the same, basically the same, except when instead of if? And stuff like this, basically, they usually say when it deals damage to a player, they get a poison counter. Funny thing about Saber-Tooth Cobra is this deals damage to a player, they get a poison counter now. So like poisonous. But next upkeep, unless they pay 2 mana before then, they're taking another poison. So there are technically 1, 2, 3, 4 different ways to give poison, all off of, the same creatures. And then because some of this have infect, I've got some auras in here to pump the creature. Sigil Denying Gods being one of them. Again, I start off with 22 creatures plus my general. And then, because I'm running, nearly a dozen auras, let's have a few cards that have aura synergy anyway. And, oh, by the way, Viridian Longbow. This gives a way to send poison to people without having to worry about combat. Because, for example, Marsh Viper, if it deals damage to a player, whenever this creature deals damage to a player, that player gets two poison counters. Deals damage, doesn't say deals combat damage. Equip it with Viridian Longbow. Tap, 2 poison. Tap, 2 poison. Tap, 2 poison. Tap, 2 poison. Tap, you're dead. Plus, some other shenanigans. And then of course, I've also got ways to I've also got ways here to proliferate to get them more poison, more poison, more faster, etc., etc. But yeah, the upshot of that is I think I've got enough creatures in that deck to actually put Sigil Denying Gods in. And keep in mind, it says enchant creature gets +1/+1 for each creature you control, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's still going to be at least +1/+1 because you're enchanting a creature with it. As soon as you have a second creature in play of any sort, well, now it's +2/+2. It doesn't sound like much until you start putting it into a deck that's got a healthy number, or in the case of the poison deck, an unhealthy number of creatures. Yeah, yeah. Throw it on a creature with trample. Your ideal card, in my opinion. Throw it on a creature with trample, and just some deck that's got a whole whack ton of creatures somehow. Doesn't even matter if there's 0/1 tokens. Doesn't matter. You've got two ways to make 0/1 tokens really powerful. An effect like Craterhoof, where just the fact that they're being creatures, I've got 74 of them. Okay, well, now they all get +75/+75 because Craterhoof also is going to count itself, I believe. And the sheer quantity is going to be enough. Or an effect like Sigil of the Nyan Gods, where just the fact that they exist is going to turn around and go, hey, by the way, I'm really big now. Thunk! So, yeah. So, that is all the allied colored pair cards. My gods, it's 10:30 and I've only just finished the allieds. And I'm going through... Okay. White, blue, white, black. Now let's go through the opposing colors. I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to go here, and I'm going to pull this up because I don't want to misplace that. Vectis Dominator. 3 mana for 0/2. Tap target creature unless its controller pays 2 life. The interesting thing about, like, the... I generally wouldn't play a card like this. Like, cards that say, tap target creature are great and limited and are just kind of meh elsewhere, unless they're a card like, Weathered, not Weathered Runestone, Weakstone Subjugation or something like that. That's like an aura that keeps the creature enchanted. Chains of Custody, that sort of thing. I generally wouldn't play a card like this, but this one wants to bleed the opponent dry. And that is a thing that, you want to build a deck around it. Hey, guess what? Sadly, well, I was going to say sadly, but not necessarily. It is really difficult to... It's really difficult to make stuff that... to make life loss greater. It's not impossible, but it's hard. But it's more difficult to reduce life loss. I wonder. Is Bloodletter the only one? Lose the game, lose mana, lose mana. Yeah, Bloodler of Aclazotz is literally the only card that can adjust how much life somebody loses. And that only happens during your own turn. So, again, really hard to tweak, really hard to make somebody lose additional life, even harder to make, to reduce it. So you can basically assume that anytime it says, hey, do whatever, somebody loses life, they're going to lose that much life. Whereas if it's damage, there's ways to increase the amount of damage that's dealt, but by the same token, it can also be reduced or prevented altogether. That being said, if I have any interest in a card like this, it's because I care less about tapping a creature and more about bleeding my opponents dry. Which means I want cards like this. I want cards like oh, what were you called? Oh, yeah, Cursed Artifact would work. Welcome back to, Mind Stab Thrall's memory of ancient cards. At the beginning of the upkeep of Enchanted Artifacts Controller, so in other words, you enchant an artifact with this, and whoever controls the artifact at that time, at the beginning of their upkeep, this deals 2 damage to that player unless they sacrifice that artifact. So basically, they got 2 choices. You can either sacrifice what this is on, or you can take 2 damage. There was a bunch of other cards back in the day that did that sort of thing. And you keep getting cards of that sort of nature at, every so often. Not regularly, but every so often when you get a card where it's like, hey, by the way, every upkeep or whenever you attack or whatever, ping. Take some pain. So a deck like that, I can see Vectis Dominator going into. Identity Crisis, 6 mana sorcery. Exile all cards from target player's hand and graveyard. Everything that's here and everything that's gone goes away. So what is the target got left? What's left in their library? And what they've got in play. First of all, to be fair, it's a 6 mana sorcery requiring 4 different, 4 colored mana split amongst 2 colors. So 2 black and 2 white and 2 more mana on top of that. Reanimator decks are going to cry because not only, first of all, the graveyard's gone. Second of all, anything that was in their hand because they're thinking, okay, sure, I guess next turn or the turn after I'll play this, and it's like, yeah, nope, you're not doing that anymore. Yeah. So anything where the graveyard is relevant is gonna hurt. This is the sort of card where you want to set it up with some sort of Thoughtseize effect first. Thank goodness it only affects a single player. But yeah, this one is yeah, that's rough, buddy. Um, I think I really only want to play this against somebody who like really needs to come down a peg. You know, oh look, this player cast, damnation or whatever. Oh, okay. Shrug, identity crisis. Okay, now that'll make this table a little more fair. They're not going to be happy. Yeah, identity crisis. I would rather, in most decks, I would rather play Vectis Dominator over identity crisis. Identity crisis is just asking to, that is asking for somebody to just like up and leave. Zealous Persecution, 2 mana instinct. It used to see a fair amount of modern play from what I remember. Till end of current creatures you control get +1/+1. Creatures your opponents control get -1/-1. The scary thing about this, most tokens are just going to die. And because basically what you're looking at, kind of like what I mentioned about the, I think it was Brain Bite or whatever it was called. Yeah, Brain Bite, where it's got like the same card advantage as Mind Rot. You know, as in Mind Rot, you're making somebody discard 2 cards. Brain Bite, you're making them discard a card, but instead of them discarding a card, you're drawing an additional card. So the math in that context works out the same. Zealous Persecution, this is like giving your creatures +2/+2, but you're also killing a bunch of your opponent's creatures at the same point, at the same time. This is going to kill a lot of things. Dude, do you know where I think Zealous Persecution works really well? Is in a Knight deck. And I don't mean Night, I mean Knight. Because Knights are known to have things like First Strike. And that +1/+1 in and of itself can do a lot. The -1/-1 is going to eat a bunch of stuff. And suddenly it's like, my 2/2 versus your 4/4. Well, now they're both 3/3s, but I've got First Strike, so I'm going to kill yours. Huge, huge swing there. Zealous Persecution can literally turn the tables in, from a single combat. Necromancer's Covenant. When it enters, exile all creature cards from target player's graveyard, then you get a zombie for each. And zombies you control have lifelink. The funny thing is, even if it didn't have a ETB ability, I mean, yes, it would cost less to cast, but even if it didn't have an ETB, I think a card like this would still see play. It would probably knock off like at least 2, probably 3 mana at least. Maybe come down to like black, white 1 or something like that. Zombies you control have lifelink, and that would see play. Giving your zombies lifelink is huge. Especially with how much they can swarm so easily. Like, was it like a couple of turns after this, you can cast like Army of the Damned. Okay. Exile all creature cards from target player's graveyard. I mean, the funny thing is, you don't even need to exile a lot to make this worthwhile. And the zombie tokens do not enter tapped, and they don't have decayed. I think if you X out 2 cards, you're probably about on par with where you want to be. Anything more than that is gravy. And this can just, oh my god, this can do just so much work on its own. You know, I mean, I know I keep coming back to the same well, and there's some cards where that's easy. And a Chroma's Memorial, I hate to say it, is one of them. There's a reason why a Chroma's Memorial, I think I last checked it was like 40 something. Oh, sorry. It's only around 30. Okay, only 7 prints. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So 27 to 35. We'll just call it 30 bucks. There's a reason I keep going to that same well. You take a look, and if nothing else, it gives flying and haste. Okay. Forget everything else. Nothing else here matters at the moment. Flying and haste. When this enters, I exile 4 creatures from a graveyard. I now have 4 2/2 zombies that have got flying, haste, and lifelink. I swing at you for 8 and I gain 8, and that's assuming I have no zombie payoff cards in play whatsoever. If I'm playing this, I'm likely to be playing zombies. I don't have to. That's the other thing. Like you could throw this in like a tribal deck, or I think they nowadays are trying to call it like typle or something like that. Yeah, really really good card, and I would probably be content enough just throwing this in a black white deck as is, because at some point somebody's going to end up with like a stocked graveyard and be like, that's juicy. Sorry, not sorry. Thunk. Eat your graveyard. How many creatures do you have in it? Oh, 12? Thank you. Here's a bunch of zombie tokens. Tainted Sigil. 3 mana. Tap and sack it. You gain life equal to the total life lost by all players this turn. So, total life lost by all players this turn. You could probably combine this with Grey Merchant of Asphodel to take somebody out of the game. But here's the thing. You attack somebody and you deal 10 to them. And the player cracks a fetch land and shocks, so they take 3. And somebody else, fine. 13. You crack this, you just suddenly gain 13 life for no reason then. Oh, look. The funny thing is, you can cast this after combat or whatever. It doesn't have to look to see how much you've gained. Or how much has been dealt. Or you could do like Grey Merch from Asphodel and be like, okay, well, you take 2, you take 2, you take 2. Assuming nothing else, I gain 6. I cast and sack the sigil and gain another 6. Like, there's a reason people are playing this. Yeah. You want to drain people's life out? You got a tainted sigil. White, blue, or sorry, white, black, blue, red. Magefire Wings. This I always thought was cute. 2 mana, +2/+0, and has flying. The only problem with a card like this is there's a mono blue card that does this now, and better. Mana value equal to ID equal blue. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. Yeah. Spectral Flight and 1 with a wind. Literally do the exact same thing. And potentially Burden of Proof also kicks in. So the biggest problem with Magefire Wings is the fact that you can get mono blue cards, at least 2 of them, that do the same but better because they give +2/+2. At the exact same mana value. You can also find red ores that do something similar. Actually, can you get this in red? I doubt it. Actually, no. 14 cards that give +2 power. Mountain Walk. Yep. Yeah, so the closest I can see to something like that in red will give Mountain Walk. But, yeah, not completely unreasonable. Again, you're looking for something like this, look at the mono blue ones first. After that, it's probably 3rd or 4th place. So it's still fine. It's still playable. Cloven Casting, 7 mana enchantment. Whenever you cast a multicolored instant or sorcery, you may pay 1. If you do, copy that. You may choose new targets for the copy. The biggest issue with a card like this is it's 7 to cast it. And that's kind of a lot. 7 to cast, and then cast a multicolored instant or sorcery, and then pay 1. No, this is coming down too late to actually be playable, unless you can cheat it into play somehow. And with multicolored cards, I think, because really you want to be having multicolored, I find that that's a tough sell. Double negative, counter up to 2 target spells. Yeah. You're paying red over counter spell and being able to counter an additional card. I would play it. Yeah, if I'm playing a deck that if I'm playing at least Is It and I want a counter spell and I want to be able to hit more than one thing, double. The problem is there are other options that are like further up the chain. Let's see if I can find it. Where's the mirror? I can't specifically remember the name of the trap. Mindbreak Trap. You know, potentially you can pay it for 0. It's 4 to cast. Exile any number of target spells. And in fact, there's a new one in Lorwyn Eclipsed that works similarly. After that, after a couple of cards like that, after that, double negative is actually pretty good. Spellbound Dragon. Oh, I'm noticing people in a chat room elsewhere complaining about snow, and one person I chat with is from, I think he said Tennessee, and he's supposed to be getting over a foot of snow, which for Tennessee is a lot. I have no idea what our snow situation is going to look like, but I know that this weekend we are looking at, not counting wind chill, below 0 Fahrenheit, which is minus 18 Celsius. Enjoy. Spellbound Dragon. So it's a 3/5 flyer. When it attacks, you draw. When it attacks, you loot. But then you look at the mana value of the card you discarded, and this gets that much. Cool. I discarded a 10 mana card. This gets plus 10 power. To make this worth playing, you really got to be playing with a bunch of cards that are that have high mana value but are easier to cast. Typical examples include cards that have got affinity. Cards that got affinity, cards that have got dredge, other stuff of that nature, or that have that cost less to cast based on the highest mana value, the highest power of creatures you control, or something of that nature. So to do that, like this is what you're looking, or alternatively, cards you can no cards you can get back relatively easy. So, Spellbound Dragon, yeah, I feel like double negative is the better card, but I mean, I'm not saying I think it's bad. I just think it's, you know, the other way around. Skyclaw Thrash. 5 mana for 4/4. When it attacks, flip a coin. If you win, this gains +1/+1, gains flying till end of turn. Uh, you're playing this in a coin flip deck. That's the reason to play this. You're playing you're playing a coin flip deck. Uh, Otherwise, no. You're paying 5 mana. You should be, especially in 2 colors, you should just be able to get a 5/5 flyer. Uh, Black green. Putrid Leech. 2 mana for a 2/2. Pay 2 life. Give it +2/+2 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. I might actually throw this in my is it life deck or not? Is it Abzan life? Just because having all that extra life. I mean, sure, I can only do this once a turn, but there's your turn and your turn and your turn and my turn. I'm gonna have spare life. No big deal. um, yeah, it's a fun card. You're playing zombies. I don't even know if there's enough leeches. Type leech. There might be. Okay. Um, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay. 16. There's 16 leeches you can play. in in whatchamacallit? In Golgari. that's not bad. And then you add shapeshifters, you can bring it up to a healthy 20-25. Okay, okay. So Leech Turbo deck, definitely going in. Zombies, I might play it anyway, especially if I'm into Abzan zombies, because then you get, Necromancer's Covenant, and then the life that you spend, you're getting back. Marrow Chomper, 5 mana for a 3/3 with Devour 2. When it enters, gain 2 life for each creature it devoured. Take a few zombies. Take a few random zombie tokens, squirrel tokens, whatever. Sack them all. Make this +2/+2 for each one. If you sacrifice 1, it becomes a 5/5 and you gain 2 life. If you sacrifice 2, it's a 7/7 and you gain 4 life, and you see how this scales up. And you just need like a reasonable number of creatures for it to actually start being worth it. Plus, creatures that have, abilities when they die or leave the battlefield or what have you. Yeah, it's perfectly serviceable. You just need enough creatures that, like, okay, maybe instead of playing mono black aristocrats, I'm in Golgari aristocrats. Morbid Bloom. Morbid Bloom is, oh wow. I'm seeing Morbid Bloom, and I'm thinking of what do you call it? Night Soil. You only get to exile 1 card from a graveyard, but you can make a crazy number of saplings. And again, having those crazy number of saplings, if you then if something happens and you get the bloom first and then the Marrow Chomper, cool. I eat your 3/3 and I get 3 saplings. Okay. Now I've devoured the 3 saplings. And this is now a 3/6. This is now a 9/9 and I gain 6 life. It's never bad to have graveyard removal. You mostly want this for the sapling generation. If you're playing this because of the saplings. Lure of Extinction. 5 mana XX. Power and toughness equal to the number of cards in all graveyards. So think about it this way. If each player has got 3 cards in their graveyards and it's a 4-player game, that's 12 cards combined. That makes this a 5 mana 12/12. No abilities. No abilities, no trample or anything. But 3 cards in each player's graveyard, which is not unreasonable by turn 7, let's say. And this is huge. All you need to do is give it something. Give it flying, give it trample, give it menace, give it some kind of way to try and get damage through, and yeah. There's a reason why this is one of the more popular cards played. In fact, if I go back to ALARA Reborn, EDH Rec, it is the 4th most popular card in the set. Followed quickly by Maelstrom Pulse, which is the next card that we talk about. which is currently in standard and is a reasonable removal spell. Destroy target non-land permanent and all other permanents with the same name as that permanent. So, just to let you know, because some of you may not be aware of a relatively recent rules change. I can't remember how old the rules changes. I think it's like 2 or 3 years. If you create a token, it used to be that a token would be named, like for example, if it said it created a goblin token, the token would be named goblin. If it made a sapling token, it would be named a token with a creature type sapling named sapling. It would only have a different name at all if the effect specifically mentioned that you got that the token had that name. So, for example, Tolsmere Wolfblood makes a token named Voya. Okay? But other than that, if it created a, if it created a Treefolk token, it was a token with a creature type Treefolk and the name Treefolk. They relatively recently, and I think this is about 2 or 3 years ago, changed that so it's not a token named Treefolk. The token is actually now named Treefolk token. What? So, whoops. No, that doesn't help. Let's see if I can. Oh, there we are. Oh, they don't actually have any. That's weird. Because you are. Unless they changed that, I don't think they walked it back. Weird. But yeah, that being said, Maelstrom Pulse, you're going to hit a token. You're going to hit every token with that name and nothing else. I think they made that change just because of certain weird corner cases, and I think it involved cards like Splinter, especially now that we're getting a card named Splinter. That might be where it actually came, they knew it was going to be a thing because there was a there's a card named Splinter, Splintering Wind, that makes a token that's a splinter. There's a card named Splinter. So a card named Splinter and a card that makes a token named Splinter. And then because of some kind of weird interaction where it's like destroy target artifact, search your library for all cards with that name. Then you could blow up the Splinter token, which was an artifact token, I think. No, destroy target creature, search search your library for any creature with the same name, and exile them. So you could just you could blow up a splinter token. Use, I think it was eradicate, to search for any copies of the card named Splinter that were in your deck. Exile them and shuffle. Another way of having Splinter as a card in Ninja Turtles showing up. I think they had decided a little while ago that because we should do something about that. So now the token isn't named Splinter, it's named Splinter Token. Anywho, all that being said, Maelstrom Pulse is it's not it's now going to be allowed to work the way it was supposed to work. And just blow up the things that you're supposed to be able to blow up and not extra stuff. But yeah, really. I mean, I don't think I need to say more about that. Ceradon Yearling. 2 mana of 2/2 Vigilance Haste. Was good the day it was printed. Is still good now, in my opinion. You can attack the turn it comes into play. The unit of measurement used to chart a Ceradon's growth is persons consumed. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah, you want a aggressive creature that you can get out now? Here you go. And because this has got vigilance, you combine that with you know, the Leonin Armor Guard and stuff like that. Or not, sorry, the Not Vine Paladin is what I was looking at. It's got vigilance, so yeah, that'll pump a bunch there. Stun Sniper, 2 mana for 1/1. Pay 1 and tap it. 1 damage target creature, tap that creature. You generally care less about the 1 damage than the fact, and more the fact that it's like, hey, tap that. And I think you should tap that. I think you should spend that mana and tap the sniper and tap that creature. And yeah. If you're playing archers and you're in Boros, yeah, I would run her. I'd probably run her in Boros humans too. Just again, I generally don't like creatures that are there just tap stuff, but I mean, this is efficient and this can kill things. This can occasionally kill things as well. Glory of Warfare. If you've got vigilance, then this thing is an absolute house. Because on your turn, your creatures get +2 power, and then on other people's turns, they get +2 toughness. It's not quite +2/+2, but it kind of works out at like +1/+1 for 4 mana. Which sounds like a lot for that effect. But it does mean that with like, you know, having vigilance, yours, and which is a big thing in, you know, when you're playing Boros. Red and white both get actually a reasonable, I think white more so than red, get a healthy amount of vigilance, and that just, this can just mess up combat math so much. Fight to the death. 2 mana instant. Destroy all blocking creatures and all blocked creatures. So basically 2 mana instant. Anything that's in combat, blow it up. What? Blow it up. Yeah, everything's dead. Blow it up. Do you have somebody that you're up against? No? You're safe. You guys get through. Everything else, blow it up. Yeah, you want to make sure that creatures die, blow it up. You run this, especially if your creatures tend to be relatively small. This can, if if the creatures in your deck are fairly small, this will do a lot. Intimidation Bolt, 3 mana instant, 3 damage to target creature. Other creatures can't attack this turn. Yeah. Have fun with that. I bolt you, and nothing else there can attack this turn, because they're all just stunned. Yeah. Play this during combat before attackers are declared, if you want to make sure you're not going to get hit this turn. Honestly, I like Fight to the Death. I like basically these two and the Yearling most out of all this, to be honest. And then whoops. Okay. Next. Simic. No trade gargantuan. 3 mana for 5/6. When it enters, put a creature you control on top of its owner's library. So, A, you play cards like Torpor Orb, and then you end up with a 5/6 for 3 mana and shrug, don't care. B, you get a creature that you want to be able to reuse, like Thragtusk, so that, well, it leaves the battlefield, you get a 3/3 left behind, and then when you recast it, comes back into play, gain 5 more life. C, oh look, random 1/1 sapling token, shrug. It's a leftover from, this other thing. There's so many ways to make this good. Just I don't know why people aren't playing that more. Sages of the Anima. If you're in Simic and if you're in Simic, you might really want to consider this card. Especially if you've got a land heavy, or sorry, like an elf. If you're in Simic Elves, I think is where I would start with this. The drawback of this card is the simple fact that every time you would draw a card, you don't get to actually draw a card, which means if you need more lands, it's hard for you to get more lands. You get the creatures, but you don't get anything else. So what you really need with Sages of the Anima is something else that can replace card draw, or something else that can fetch lands out of your deck somehow. Dreamscape Artist comes to mind. What else comes to mind? Anything that can fetch lands out of your deck somehow come to mind. Vidalcan Heretic, 2 mana. Whenever it deals damage to an opponent, notice it says deals damage, not deals combat damage. You may draw a card. Again, Viridian Longbow equip. You literally have a creature that's 2 mana that goes tap, draw a card at that. 1 damage to any target, draw a card. Just, yeah. very easy to make it work. Winquaddle. The Nakado call this new species Vetli, their word for poison arrows. Three mana for 1/1 flash, flying, death touch. If you care about keyword soup, this is a good inclusion. If you also want a green-blue creature that can kill things, yeah, this is like murder in Simic. Somebody attacks and you go, cool. Before blockers are declared, cast this, block, what? And then a lower scale Quaddle. 3 mana for a 2/2. Whenever you draw a card, put a +1 counter on this creature. You draw a card at the start of your turn. I mean, if you... the funny thing is, if you've got the Vidalcan Heretic and the lower scale Quaddle in play, you basically, throw Viridian Longbow or something like that on this. Go, ping. Ping you for a point. Draw a card. Put a +1 counter on this guy. Yeah. I think that's all 5 opposing colored. Now the shards, and it's running late. I think I'm just going to be able to go through 1 row for each of the shards. Okay, Arsenal Thresher, 4 mana, 2/2. As it enters, you may reveal any number of other artifact cards from your hand. Enters with a +1 counter for each artifact revealed this way. So it's a 4-drop. You're playing Commander. You're playing this card. You gotta have a healthy number of artifacts in your deck. If you reveal, let's say, 3, this is a 4 mana 5/5 because it enters with 3 +1 counters. They are counters. Proliferate, etc. work. So, in a deck with a healthy number of artifacts, like I would say, 1, this is meh. By the time you cast this, you probably have 6 cards in hand. I would want at least 35 artifacts in my deck. At least 7 of which are going to be land. What? You're playing at least 3 colors, so you get access to 3 bridges. You've got the 3 artifact lands from Mirrodin, Seat of the Synod. I can't remember what the way. Oh, Ancient Den and Vault of Whispers. And then you've got Darksteel Citadel. So that's already 7. Hey, Rar. There's at least 4 others that you can... Nope. There's at least 3 others that you can play that I can think of. I can't remember their names, but there's at least 3 others that you can play. So probably 10 of them would be land. So if you're looking at 35, that only leaves about 25-ish cards to be artifacts in the rest of your deck. And then this should be fine and playable. Esper Stormblade, 2 mana. As long as you control another multicolored permanent, this gets +1/+1 has flying. So there's more that I don't remember the name that don't tap for colored mana. There's more that I don't remember the names that don't tap for colored mana. Oh, okay. No. Um, Treasure Vault was one of them. Scene of the Crime. I can't remember what the other one's called. I feel like it enters with a counter. Time to cheat, because I know where it is. Boop, noodle, toaster, strudel. Visual spoiler. Boop, 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 boop. Power Depot. Yeah. Um. Yeah, because I knew it was going to be in my mono blue deck. Because again, I tried building my mono blue deck to feel like a mono green ramp deck, and so I need to be able to pull up additional lands somehow. Blue pulls up artifacts fairly easily relative to other things it can dig for. And so I use that as my bridge and so put as many artifact lands in as I could. Um, yeah, Esper Stormblade, 2 mana for a 2/1 that if you've got another multicolored permanent, it's a 3/2 flyer. Which shouldn't be hard, and if you're playing, if you're playing a gold deck, this is an easy 2 mana 3/2 flyer. But I feel like that something that size at this mana value should be easier to pin down, although it is also a random common. So easy to find, easy to, hey, I happen to have one floating around. um, if you're a starting player, center's tapped. Probably because of this line here. The rest of this I could see being easy enough. But if you get this later on in the game, it's like having to sit there and remember who. Okay, wait, who started? You started, didn't you? No, I thought you did. And the entire. Whereas on Arena, it can already tell you, hey, by the way, you went first, and so that makes it easy. This, if it's only been a couple of turns, no big deal. Yes, but the ley lines start on the battlefield at that point. This, or you just cast them or play them regularly later. This doesn't tell you you can play it. This doesn't tell you it enters the game early. Before the first turn. This just says if you start, if you're the first person to go, this is going to enter tapped. Right. But that's only if you are dealing with Gemstone Cavern at the start of the game. This is an ability that exists no matter when in the game it happens. This could be like turn 8. And you'd have to sit there and remember, wait, whose turn did we start on, yours or mine? If the 2/2 construct dies, can you just tap it and keep it on the board? Oh yeah, no, I get it. There's a lot of cards that only exist on Magic Online that are easy enough to create in paper. Those are the ones that bug me the most, which is why I personally really dislike uh, arena only cards. This becomes a 2/2 creature in addition to its other types till end of turn. The two, no, can you just tap it and keep it? No. Right, but then it's not the same card. Like I get what you're saying, but it'd be a new card, new name, this, that, and everything else. But yeah, Esper Stormblade is fine. I would it. I think the number one place to play it realistically, you're playing Gold Dot deck, and then you end up with a 2 mana 3/2, 3/2 flyer, and then it's fine. And you probably have one floating around somewhere. Esper Sojourners, when you cycle this, and when this creature dies, you may tap or untap target permanent. Um, Places where I would want to play this, this doesn't work for what I'm thinking of. Oh, actually, yes. When you cycle this, you may tap or untap target permanent. Yes, you can play this in. Um, there are certain decks that people. The problem is that is in Esper, and I don't know an artifact commander for this. Uh, there's lots. The first one at this time frame that comes to mind is Sharim the Hegemon. uh, Now, Esper Sojourners, the one card that comes to mind, the there are decks that people keep trying to recreate into other formats. Um, Modern, I think there was a modern port of a Pioneer deck. I think this is how it started, was Pioneer. Um, which was that Lotus Field combo deck. And I think it managed to get ported into Modern. And people keep trying to port it elsewhere. And it's Lotus Field. And basically, you use effects that can untap it somehow. And in fact, Pauper had a variant of this up until relatively recently because they had unbanned High Tide and then eventually, a while later, rebanned it. Oh, that should be well. The biggest problem with porting 8-rack into Commander is trying to get everyone's hand size consistently down and down low enough. That's the biggest issue. After that, like ways to ways to take advantage of that, that's actually relatively easy. But trying to get everybody to end up with, less than 3 cards in their hand, especially in a format where people like to consistently draw cards. Yeah, exactly. This is why I don't like discard decks in Commander. In other formats, completely different story. In Commander, I just don't think they work well. they're 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 hard to get working well, and they because the first problem with a discard strategy for Commander is a is a multiplayer format. Like it's 4 people. And discard strategies work really well in 1v1, but not in multiplayer. But it's a lot more difficult to find ones that are worth playing in multiplayer. But yeah, as for Sojourners, I see this as like somebody trying to basically take Lotus Field, use this with untap effects like Esper Sojourners. Yeah, but Waste Not is like you only get like for that you get 1 or 2 slots available, and that's about it. It's you. It's really hard to find. It's hard to find a way to make it work well. Your best, in my opinion, your best bet if you want to go some kind of discard like strategy, um, would be to base it around Wheel of Effects, and that's a completely different rabbit hole. But then you get them. But then you get to ping people for drawing and for discarding. Depends. How much do you want to spend on tutoring? Also, how many slots do you want to spend on tutoring? But yeah, Esper Sojourners to me is one of them Lotus Field combo kind of cards. That's where I see that one going. Ether Rot Page. At the beginning of your upkeep, choose one. Gain 2 lives, surveil 1, or each opponent loses 1 life. This is not bad for just a 4 mana artifact that just sits there. And again, this, you're in Esper, so you're obviously in Orzhov. Effects like this, you start looking at things like Tainted Sigil to play with. There was a black tutor that I love that you discard X and put X cards. I think I know the one you're talking about, and I can't remember the name of it. Insidious Dreams. There we are. $11. I'll have to see if I've got any. But yeah, Ether Rot Page. The Surveil is going to do a lot of work. The each opponent loses 1 life is going to be a slow bleed over time, which if that's what you're looking for to do, that's kind of what you want. Grixis. We are short 1 card in Grixis. The reason for that is because we got a 5-color card. Sonai Drake. 4 mana for a 3/1 flying haste. If this was like back in the day, if this was 1 mana less, like I didn't like it back in the day because it was 4 mana for 3/1. Yes, flying haste. I was just never a fan of this card, but I think if you're in like Grixis Drakes. Oh no, I'm even talking like when this came out, I didn't like it. I think I'm a little more likely to accept it now, but I still don't think it's good. But if you are playing this, I'm either looking at Grixis Drakes or you're looking for like you're in Grixis, you're playing a gold deck and you want a hasty creature. Grixis Sojourners, 4 mana for 4/3. When you cycle and when it dies, you may exile target card from a graveyard. Yeah, I get that, but I'm also looking at where it is playable, and most of the ball lightning effects are monocolored. And so if you're specifically looking at Sonai Drake and going, maybe, then the most likely spot for that would be a multicolored, like where more. If I'm saying it's a gold card, it's specifically because it's multicolored in the cost, as opposed to a multicolored deck that's got monocolored cards in it. So, because if you look at Ball Lightning and Spark Elemental and even Groundbreaker, those are all monocolored cards. Yes, to play all three, you're playing at least 2 colors, and if you add Lightning Skill Elemental, you're playing 3. But out of the 4 of those, only Lightning Skill Elemental is a gold card because it's 2 colors. It requires you to actually play at least a 2-color deck. And so something like that, Sonai Drake, I think that's where it makes the most sense if you were to play it. Not saying people should play it. I'm saying that's where I see it making the most sense. Grixis Sojourners. If you're looking for, like, there's so much easier options for graveyard removal. The funny thing is, this is also, it's not just a when it cycle, which is cool, but it's also a dice trigger. So you can actually have a vaguely interesting reason for having this in play in, say, an aristocrat style deck, and that's like, or even without that, you're just attack, attack, attack. Oh, cool! You finally killed it. Cool, exile that. It's not great, but it's fine. Drastic Revelation. I just mentioned a moment ago about wheel effects. If you want something like, if you want a Wheel of Fortune sort of effect that's one-sided, Drastic Revelation would be, well, I mean, it's a pretty drastic card to play. You ideally play this when your hand's empty. Although, I think now that I'm considering it, you want this more for if you are in at least Grixis. I would say at least 4 color, because you probably also want green. Something along the lines of a dredge deck. Because discard your hand, which means anything that's got dredge that's in your hand also goes in, or anything that can help with dredge. Draw 7 cards, so dredge multiple times, and then draw whatever you can't. Then discard 3 cards at random. Oh, look. Yeah, I can. If somebody's building something along the lines of dredge, I can see Drastic Revelation getting thrown in. Also, I'm sure there's triggers you can play to, make this hurt less. Like, I don't know, Shieldred the Apocalypse, gaining you, amongst other things, gaining you life for, drawing 7 cards. Cool, I'll gain 14 life. Alhammer's Archive. Whenever you would draw, if you would draw a card, draw 2 cards instead. So drawing 7 becomes draw 14. And you're still only discarding 3 cards. Yeah, there's ways to make it work. Grixis Grimblade. As long as you control another multicolored permanent, +1/+1 death touch. Okay, so keep in mind all of the shard-based, all the shard-based blades are going to be the 1 mana of the central color of that shard, and then a hybrid of the one to its left and the one to its right. They're 2/1 creatures. As long as you control another multicolored permanent, this creature gets +1/+1 and has. So Esper, you got flying. This one gets death touch. Again, it's fine, and I think if I'm playing, like if I'm playing a gold deck, and I'm interested in this, I'm probably actually playing like 5-color. I have trouble seeing a good spot for it in anything based on its creature types. Sengrit Backlash. 2 mana enchant creature. Enchant creature gets +3/-3. Take your pick. Do you want this to be a pump spell or do you want this to be a removal spell? Why not both? Yeah, it's. But if I'm doing this, I would usually rather prefer Nameless Inversion. And instead of having it as an aura, have it with flash, or have an instant that does it, I should say. If you're doing this because it's an aura, the green is a strong part of this. You're largely in like red green with some black, I would say. And probably the red is a lower part of it as well. So I less thrilled with that than some others. Giant Ambush Beetle. 5 mana for 4/3 with haste, which sounds meh, but when this enters, you may have target creature block at this turn if able. You're basically playing Golgari +3 for 4/3 with haste. And then a red mana to say, hey, by the way, you have to block here now. Wait, what? No, you have to block here. Or you could see, I guess it would make more sense to be red +3 and then Golgari to force something to block. Maybe. I don't know. Somebody else can do the math on that. Either way, that's not. I think that's actually like. Yeah. Forcing combat to happen on your terms. If you want an idea for how to build a deck, like if you want a deck concept, forcing combat to happen on your terms. A card like this fits that beautifully. Try and build around that. Jund Sojourners, just like the other Sojourners we've seen, 1 damage to any target. I would rather cycle this one. 1 damage to any target, draw a card. Tough to counter because it's an activated ability, it's not a spell. It's basically a 3/2 version of one of the devil tokens that we've started seeing in recent years. Burn down the house. Create 3 1/1 devil tokens with when it dies 1 damage to any target. Yada yada yada. We started seeing that on and off over the last few years. Same idea here. Although I think I might play this. I think I might go with this in like a lizard tribal deck. The Juntak Blade, again, same plan. 3-2 with haste is what you end up with. The knights were halfway through their pre-combat rites before they realized the foul brute meant to start without them. um, yeah, you're looking for like it's high end. From the new Lord. Um, because it's the first problem is people aren't really familiar with it. ECL named Doran. Oh, right, this guy. Yeah, it's I think that's largely due to the fact that as far as Commander is concerned, people would rather play the old one. I could be wrong. Oh yeah, and there's always ways. It's just figuring out how. But yeah, Jund Blade, your stuff gets haste too easily in Jund. Um, so 2 mana for 3/2, but you're playing 2 colored mana. Eh, you can do better. Naya Sojourners. This is again another card I don't mind hard casting. 5 mana for 5/3. When it dies, put a +1 counter on target creature. And if I cycle it, and if you cycle it, you could also put a +1. Like Naya Sojourners, I'm actually kind of happy to play either way. I would, if I'm in Naya Elves, especially if I'm building something like inexpensive, like I said, I'm happy to run. I mean, you also got to remember, we're looking at a card from over 15 years ago. Like, this would have come out about this month. Actually, yeah, this month, 17 years ago. But again, we're also looking at casual players. The people that, we're looking at the people that like to sit back, relax with a friend. Like, there's one person I know where his idea of a fun time is, okay, we've got 2 hours. How many games can we jam in that 2 hours? He wants his games over and done with in like the first like 3 or 4 turns. And most people I hang out with, most people that I chat with, when we're looking at Commander, it's like, no, man. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, which I get, and this is part of the reason why I'm looking at ancient cards, because people like yourself, for example, aren't going to be familiar with these. You know, you wouldn't even know that these things existed if somebody didn't go, hey, by the way, it's one of the reasons why, like, there's certain cards that I like to regularly point out to people that, did you know this thing exists? Again, my favorite example of that is Aftershock, which I've probably probably mentioned a few times by now. Yeah, but are you the kind of person that you're looking in to get you know 2 hours 2 hours are up and it's like, okay, I think maybe somebody might possibly be able to find a way to win soon. Or are you the kind of person where 2 hours are up and you've managed to jam like 7 or 8 games? I would rather sit down, relax with my friends, and get, I'd rather relax, sit down, and not care about who wins or who loses by the time the game's over. Did we have a good time in the meantime? It's more the social aspect. You know, did my deck get to do the weird thing that it's been trying to do, and was it vaguely successful? Stuff like that. Beyond that, eh. Maurice's Twin Claws, 4 mana, 2/4 double strike. Doesn't. Looks like we're completely outnumbered. Lucky for us. I thought we'd be bored. Win is important, but I don't know if you don't get fun. What's the point? Yeah. Um. I want. First things first. I want somebody to win. I care less who it is. I'd like it to be me. But if I don't win, it's like, oh well. Like, why do you think the list of decks that I build is so weird? Why do you think I build like you know mono red auras or a mono blue ramp deck that thinks it's a green deck, or build a raft of decks that are literally just commons, or you know off of. I mean, yes, if I want something that can smash face, I can build it. Uh, my Golgari Elf deck is a lot stronger than I expected, but then again, I'd never played elves before. But I want people to, you know, uh, or my mono white deck, where it's got every combo I can think of jammed into the way, into the same deck, and no way to tutor for them. If I cared about, I need to win, and I'm not saying, there are people that are like that. There are people that are not like that. If I cared about winning, I'd run less combos in that deck, and I'd find more way to tutor stuff up. Um, you know, one where I'd run a light and tutor, I would run idyllic tutor and probably a few others. um, I'd probably have like half a dozen tutor effects in there at least. But I'm more interested in seeing what happens during the course of the game rather than, okay, did I win? Or, you know, yesterday I sat at a table and some dude win 2 game in less than 15 minutes in Commander. Yeah, it's possible, but that partly depends on, like, it also depends on what their plan for the deck was. It's not out of the line of it's not unrealistic for that to happen. And many years ago, Sheldon Menery, who was considered the godfather of the format, um, he said, Commander is very easily breakable. if you want to break the format, it is very easy to break the format. But we find that the game is more enjoyable in general for for the majority of people if you don't try to break it. Which is also part of why there's CEDH versus regular Commander. They're two very different formats. You know why Cabal Coffers is not a game changer? It doesn't do, it generates a bunch of mana, but it doesn't do anything else. It's just mana. um, Sort by color. it's it's just mana. Yes, it's a lot of mana, but it's just mana, and it's in. Sure, but it's also in. It also forces you into mono black or a black heavy deck. Ancient Tomb goes into anything real easy. Are there any cheaper versions of you right now? No. Other stuff that generates a bunch of mana. Gaia's Cradle. You just have to play creatures. You don't have to. You don't. You need to run green. You don't have to be playing heavy green. Same as Sarah Sanctum. You are playing enchantments. You don't have to be heavy on enchantments. Sure, but that Urborg is also helping your opponents as well. Also, I'd also point out that Ancient Tomb you can get started right now, whereas Cabal Coffers, you have to wait until you've got enough lands in play to actually make it, because you don't just go tap, add 6 mana. You have to tap mana into it first and then produce. And there are times when it's just not worth, you know, not worth producing, trying to produce extra mana out of it. So it's the thing about Cabal Coffers is it's it's really efficient later in the game, but if it's like one of your first three, four, even five, I think if it's your fifth land and everything else is a swamp somehow, it starts kicking in. I think it needs six to actually start going. I think less than that. A lot of the time, you'd rather just have another swamp because you need Panoptic Mirror. No, no, Panoptic Mirror needs to stay where it is. um, because all it takes is, like, for example, any extra turn spell, and nobody else gets another turn. Uh, Braids, I could see an argument for. Braids, I could see an argument for. It's just braids largely depends on how you build it. Panoptic mirror is so easy to break. uh, Braids, I think the biggest problem with braids is people who play braids feel they are incentivized to start building it as a stack. Yeah, Urza and braids are two completely different types of cards, though. They function very differently from each other. I'm not sure that would be. I'm not sure I agree with that being a fair comparison. I mean, part of that also is the fact that he's blue. To be fair, I think I have him in my mono blue ramp deck. Um, I don't remember. Oh, no, I didn't put him in because he's expensive. I did not add him because he was expensive. Yeah, I see that now. He's a lot more affordable. There's a Final Fantasy version. Interesting. Yeah, the last price I had seen for him was like $50 or something like that. um, Let me think here. Maurice's Twin Claws. Yeah, it's not that expensive, but it's still not cheap. I mean, the other day I paid about, I think it was 20 US or thereabouts. Let's see if I can open this. uh, yeah, about 20, $25, somewhere around there. For a copy of Damnation. And so um, if I can get a Urza for something in that price range, then I may pick one up anyway. Because my well, I don't know. It depends on the printing too. View all prints as checklist. Sort by USD. Yeah, no. They're commonly around 20. They're commonly around 20. They're commonly around 20 bucks. In fact, the version I got, apparently according to this, oh no, that's the fancy version. Okay. No, this is what I got. But yeah, so it's about 20 bucks, give or take. But you can pick up the cheapest one is from Secret Lair Drop for Spider-Man, apparently. Let's see if I can find you. Fallout, Monster Hunter. You were before that. God of War, Uncharted, Horizon. Oh my god, Furbies. Huh. There we are. There. Venom Unleashed inks. But yeah, so that's the least expensive one, is that one. For me, instead of Teenage Monster Hunter is. I mean, the, see, I haven't got into Monster Hunter yet. I think I disagree with that, partly due to the fact that, um, like, while Monster Hunter has got some current popularity, Turtles has got like long-term popularity. Like, you gotta remember, I will be 55 in a couple months. Turtles is something I grew up watching. And it's one of those things that comes back every so often. And so, there's probably 30 or 40 years of people that are familiar with it one way or another. And they do still end up hitting, being memes and stuff like that every so often. I don't know, it looks more magic like in the game, but it's also really new, right? Like, how old is Monster Hunter? I'm not saying I think you're wrong, but how old is Monster Hunter? Really? See, I only heard about, like, Monster Hunter, because yeah, this is the first one I think I remember hearing of at all. No, think it's Monster Hunter World I've heard of. So that, yeah, Here's the problem. Whoops. While Monster Hunter had been successful in Japan, its popularity in Western markets, primarily North America and Europe, languished. Yeah, exactly. Which realistically made it a very like a niche game as far as because you gotta remember Magic put out by Wizards of the Coast based in the US. If hardly anybody's heard of it in the US, I'm not saying nobody's heard of it, but relative to like other games, if hardly anybody's heard of it, why would they go out of their way to make a secret lair for it? Whereas, or not a secret lair, why would they make a set based on it? Whereas making a secret lair for it, if it's something that has only recently hit popularity relatively recently in the West, a secret lair, they only need to make a handful of cards instead of, and some of them can simply be reskins of something that already exists. Whereas devoting time to turning it into an entire 300 card set, you need something that's going to have that, that kind of longevity. Till Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate on the 3DS. Monster Hunter 4. So 2013. Monster Hunter World first major entry targeting home consoles and computers. Yeah. So this is probably the first that most people would probably be. I find that unlikely. Um, there's, I mean, yes, there's going to be some overlap between Kamigawa and Turtles. But there's also some things that are strictly, completely different. It's like saying that it's also like saying Turtles is just going to be a Spider-Man reprint because they both take place in New York. I mean, that's true. There's going to be some overlap, but they're also no, but it's a similar. This is why I'm saying though I disagree with your statement that I think it's just going to be a Kamigawa reprint. No, I don't think so. They're going to, I mean, this is Magic. They're going to find a way to make things feel sufficiently different from each other. I'll be right back. Let's see if I can. Let me try a thing here. Cool. I'll be right back. Boop. Bob. There we go. Anywho, let me get through this quickly. It's 12:30 in the morning here already, and I know one of my roommates is already asleep, so I want to get through this quickly and try and so I'm disturbing them as little as possible. Anyway, Mauritius Twin Claws. Again, 4 mana, 2/4 double strike, which you can basically do the math as a 4/4 creature. Yeah, is about right, but I always like creatures that have double strike that look like they're balanced, but the thing is, as soon as you throw anything that pumps power or toughness, or, well, I should say power onto it, ends up being really good. And so, Mauritius Twin Claws, I'm like, yeah, throw any sort of enchantment like the previously mentioned Sigil of the Nyan Gods. And this is now going to be a 3/5 with double strike. And then with even one other creature, now it's a 4/6, etc., etc. Or you can throw something that gives it, like, you're in white, so throwing a, like, Griff's Boon on it, I think is +1/+0 in flying or something like that, which suddenly makes it now a 3/4 flying double strike. Yeah, you're in Naya. You're playing with creatures that want to deal lots of combat damage. Double strike is the way to go. This is a good starting point. Naya Hushblade. Yeah, Naya gets Shroud for this. 3/2 with Shroud is actually pretty decent. Because unlike the others, apart from stuff like combat, Shroud makes it harder to get off the board. You can't exactly, what's the word I'm looking for? Like spot removal just doesn't work because there's no, you can't spot it. Still dies to non-targeted removal, Wrath of God and stuff of that nature, but it's still really good. Clear Scale via Shino. 4 mana for 3/3. Whenever you cast multicolored spell, gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Again, you throw this, this is Naya, you throw it into a at least Naya gold deck, and and yeah, you start seeing, you throw this into a gold deck, and it's literally every time you cast a spell, it gets +3/+3 till end of turn. Oh, yeah, this is going to get out of hand really fast in a deck of that nature. Did I do... Oh no, I haven't done Bant yet. Alright, this is the last one. Bant. When you cycle and when it dies, make a 1/1 soldier. 4 mana for 2/4 that when it dies leaves behind a 1/1. Again, this is one of those cards I'd rather cycle. I'm not, again, not saying it's not a bad card. It's just, I don't think it's a good card. But yeah, this is the kind of card I would rather cycle Get a 1/1 token, draw a card. Surprise blocker, woo. Messenger Falcons, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. When it enters, draw a card. You can get this in... I think you can get this... What was it? When it enters? Yeah, when it enters. So, I mean, I've already seen Cloudkin Seer at 1 less mana. For 1 less toughness. Same ability. Sky Scanner. Soaring Show Off is close to that. Okay. I don't see anything that's exactly that, i.e. Oh, nope. Yeah, I don't see anything that's exactly that. But, yeah, Muse Drake, this is the closest I'm seeing, actually. And that's 1 blue plus 3 for a 1/3 flyer, which averages to a 2/2. When it enters, draw a card. So I would assume, based on everything I'm seeing, that for blue plus 3, you should get a 2/2 flyer. Enters, draw a card. So why are you paying? Why are you paying white plus Simic plus 2 to do that? Seems a bit much. That being said, I mean, maybe you're looking to build, when this creature enters, draw a card. Basically take my Cantrip City deck and be willing to play with better creatures, better costed creatures. Pardon me. And so on and so forth. And maybe again, the fact that it's got flying. People overlook that so much. So, yeah. Bant gets first strike for its blade, in this case the Sure Blade. Soldiers who fought through Grixis learned to hit first, recite the prayer of Vasha later. Yeah. Yeah, because it's got first strike, I would probably put this top of the list out of the blades. Hushblade having Shroud is good. Hackblade having haste is meh. Grimblade having Death Touch is good. But yeah. I would say Death Touch and First Strike are at the top, in my opinion. Really good. Gives you a reason to actually want to play white. Because green and blue don't really get first strike, or they don't really get first strike. Yeah, I think you're playing soldiers, you're playing humans, you're playing gold, you're playing whatever. I think if you're in these colors, it's worth at least remembering that it exists. Crystallization. This is a slightly harder to cast pacifism. um, where you replace the one generic mana and the cost with a simic mana, which is halfway there. Whenever an enchant creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, exile that creature. This is another one of those cards that's trying to be a pacifism that becomes Swords to Plowshares, or Path to Exile, or Unmake, or however you want to interpret it. I think this is a fine way to do it. If you're looking for auras that do that, again, I think the reason to play this over other versions is because it is multicolored. Beyond that, nah, there's enough other auras, including one that's in Lorwyn Eclipsed, that allows you to pay some additional cost afterward and sack the aura or whatever and exile the creature it's attached to. So that's our fives. And now our one last card, Maelstrom Nexus. You generally play this in a Cascade deck. I wouldn't play this in just Cascade though. It is a 5-color card, so you have to play it in a 5-color deck. I think I would be happy enough playing this in a, in a generic deck, however. Once this thing comes into play, any other spell that you cast has a bonus ability. You're basically, it's almost like drawing a card, but it's even better than drawing a card because you get to cast another spell. You don't have to go through the step of, finding, counting out your mana and this, that, whatever first. You get a new spell. I think I would be quite comfortable putting this in a generic 5-color deck, especially if I'm already doing like the Goldgasm thing like a friend of mine enjoys. But yeah, that's that's where I see it. It's a good card. I don't think I'd throw it into every deck, but I think I'd throw it into a decent number of decks. And it's only a couple bucks too. I mean, the most expensive print is, $341 from Dominaria United Commander. So, yeah, fairly cheap. Anyway, that's it for tonight. I think next week we're going to be recovering from some really cold weather. We are expected to hit below 0 Fahrenheit or about minus 18 Celsius, plus the wind chill starting on Friday evening and for much of the weekend. Let's just blow this up a real bit. So, let's go for let's go for 7 days. This is currently Tuesday night. Wednesday, getting some snow, but the temperature's not unreasonable. Thursday starts getting cold overnight low of -12, which is, let's see here, 12, 20, about 10 Fahrenheit. Friday evening -18, so about 0 Fahrenheit, down to -24. Saturday, high of about -15, which is really cold, to about -21. Sunday is going to start warming up to about -12 with a warmer overnight low. And then back to Monday, -10. So, next week, by the time the week, like, it's going to be really cold for the next while. Like, the next couple of days are going to be okay, and then it's going to get really freaking cold. So, yeah, not looking forward to that. But on that note, yeah, next week is, oh, good Lord, 28 Fahrenheit. Yeah, this weekend, I think it said what did it say? -28. What was it? -24? Yeah, 24. So 25 is 45, so 43, so -11, I believe. That sounds right. Yeah, -11. A friend of mine, when it hits winter, likes to convert his thermostat and whatever to read in Fahrenheit instead of Celsius. And same with like his weather apps and whatnot, because in winter it's it doesn't look as bad. Well, then you hit when you hit days where it's like -24, he thinks he's still going to be able to read positive temperatures. Nope. This weekend it's supposed to hit -11, and that's like -11 Fahrenheit. Oh. Anyway, so, yeah, next week is Zendikar, because we are here. Oh. No, I get to start doing core sets again. I get to start doing core sets again. So it'll be M10. So only 111 cards in M10. I might actually be able to do that. Or sorry, 111 cards. I might actually be able to do that fairly quickly and efficiently. Baneslayer. I remember when she was Wallet Slayer Angel. Original print's only $6. She used to be like 50 something. But yeah. Next week M10 and then Zendikar. Alright. I'm going to head out for the night. Good night, everybody. See y'all next week. Yeah. Adios.